It is about the code of conduct. So for those who will be involved to this event, we'd like to provide the peace and the security. So any harassment as well as behaviors against the theme of this event are not allowed. So for my information, please see the event code of conduct in this YouTube description. Third point is about your comments. At Merpay Tech Fest 2022, we accept your comments real time. This year, we accept your comments in two ways, in chat session on your YouTube as well as Twitter with hashtag of Merpay Tech Fest. So at the beginning of the session as well as the end of the session, if you could give us comments, especially at this timing, it's very grateful. Thank you. On the chat section of YouTube, speakers are also standing by, so I hope you could communicate with them. So I think you can take this time as an exercise so that you can enjoy commenting here. Number 4, it's about sessions, questions, quiz. They are also accepted in the chat section of YouTube and with the hashtag on Twitter. We would like to answer your questions either during the Q&A time or in the sessions via the text. The next session is about the survey. Surveys are collected daily for this event. Please complete the survey once per person. If you are watching only today, please answer the survey after you finish watching YouTube today. And if you will be watching other than today, please answer the survey today or the next time you join us. Now, let me continue with the sessions delivered for today. So we have prepared 7 sessions on the theme of Keynote, data and modeling, and community activities for the first day. So there will be 7 sessions. So the first session will be the past and future of Merpay engineering by CTO Nozawa, VP of engineering Kimura, myself, and Izumi. In this session, so the 3 of us will review our past efforts and talk about operation DX and focused areas of challenges and efforts to improve quality from a system-wide perspective in our microservices environment. The second session, this is by Mr. Lee from Fraud Prevention Teams. The theme is implementing a machine learning infrastructure with Feature Store and Vertex AI. He will introduce the realization of machine learning infrastructure using Feature Store and Vertex AI and his impressions after 1 year of operation, future work, etc. He will talk about the implementation of the infrastructure to enable easy management and quick release with 100 models and the innovation in its operation to cope with fraudulent methods updated on a daily basis. The third session is also by Mr. HMJ Fraud Prevention Team, Graph Theory and Fraud Prevention, Uncovering the Connection from Data. Anti-fraud measures are based on several multi-layered countermeasures. Detection methods that utilize graph theory and complex networks will be covered in this session. The fourth session, this is by Hiroshi Yoshida from Credit Modeling Team on Merpay's quality assurance of machine learning systems. With more implementation of machine learning in the society, expectation for machine learning quality are increasing, which is hard to meet. He will cover what Merpay is doing in terms of data models and system with specific examples. The fifth session, that will be microservice small talk in credit area by Giga, Mitu, and Shunk. This session will be panel discussion among PMs, back-end engineers, and machine learning engineers. It is recommended for those interested in microservices architecture and team division of labor in larger systems. We have made many mistakes and learned a lot in 3 years of microservices development and operation in the credit, especially in service partitioning and team structure. Such experience and anti-pattern will be briefly covered here. the sixth session. That will be stream processing infrastructure with Kafka and Flink SQL on Kubernetes by Mr. Nakamura and Mr. Tanaka, data platform team. Merpay has built a streaming processing infrastructure using Kafka and Flink for near real-time integration of advertising data for AML, CRM, and marketing, and CDC integration of data for analysis into a data warehouse. In this session, there will be talk about CDC infrastructure using Division and Confluent Cloud. We cannot hear the voice of the speaker. The translator cannot hear the voice of the speaker. Just a moment, please. The translator cannot hear the voice of the speaker. The sound is not available for translators. We will introduce the challenges of know-how and our involvement while running Go First Japan, a general incorporated association that organizes the Go conference with over 1,000 registered participants. So it was very brief, but I just covered the sessions that we presented today. So there will be many more sessions for today and tomorrow, as well as the third day. So we'd like to begin today's session. And the next session will start at 13:10. So I hope you could wait for a while. So thank you for your patience.
Okay, hello. So welcome to the Merpay Tech Fest 2022. I'm a CTO of Merpay. I'm Nozawa. In this session, I and also the two people talk about the Merpay's past. Kimura-san. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a VP of Engineering of Platform Engineering. I'm Kimura. So I joined the Merpay in May 2018, and then I've been working of this platform engineering. I was working in DNA previously, and I was the director, executives of the technology. Okay, I'm looking forward to the active discussion. Yes, so we are going to proceed this session with these three people. And in the beginning, briefly, I will explain the past of the Merpay, and then after that, we are going to go into the discussion. So even during the session or at the end of the session, if you have any question, please feel free to put the YouTube chat or Twitter hashtag, and also you can give us any feedback. And the hashtag of this event is the hashtag Merpay Tech Fest. So please use this hashtag when you post it on Twitter. So first, Merpay is responsible for the financial service in Mercari, but maybe some people don't know much about the Merpay, so I'd like to introduce you the services that we offer. Our mission is to building a trust for a seamless society. So, free market application of the Mercari will facilitates the selling and buying of the stuff that you don't need anymore. By doing that, we're gonna create a seamless society, and also by providing the payment platforms, we'd like to facilitate the smooth flow of the money as well. And so these are the major services of Merpay, and the payment and wallet increases and credit line. The payment is probably the easiest to understand. Probably you are familiar with that. When you sell something in Mercari, you will receive the sales proceed to your account. And if you want to use the sales proceed, or if you want to connect the Merpay account with your bank account and charge the balance, and then you can use that balance to do the selling and to do the purchase in the physical stores with Mercari. And we have a different payment. We have an ID payment and the QR code payment. And so these two can be used in physical stores, but in case of an online EC site, if you can use a credit card number that is linked to your account, and then you can receive the virtual card to pay. Or in case of the partnering EC site, you can use the Mercari account for the payment. And the second area is a credit limit or credit line. So credit line is that you don't have a money right now, but you want to pay it. You want to buy and you want to pay it later, and or that you can pay with your sales proceed. So the payment is the payment or the exchanging of the money that you have currently, but the credit line is the money that can be used in future, but then you can leverage it now. And we have a next month payment or a fixed amount payment, like a pay later services, buy now, pay later. Those are available. And also, maybe from the application, you can borrow the money to your account. So that's the loan service. And last one is the wallet increases. This is the investment of your fund. Compared to the other tools, this is still a developing wallet, but we are providing this investment service. And also in the group, we have a Mercoin, which is doing the cryptocurrency. So we will going to link this wallet increases with that, and then so that we can use the cryptocurrency. And so it's been 3 years that the Merpay started the service, and at the time of a launch, ID payment and QR payment were the first ones. And after that, we provided the Merpay Smart Payment, like a next month payment and a fixed amount payment and credit limit. And also we partner with the funds to provide the wallet increases. So starting with the payment, then we have been expanding our line of businesses so that we can provide the total financial services. That's what we are aiming for. So we are developing different services in Merpay, But by ourselves, it's not our final goal that we establish different services by ourselves, but just like Merpay later. So you you buy something on the Mercari, and then you will use that money to pay it later. So because of that activity, that can create the credit of that person based on that activities. And so we are hoping that these services can be utilized within the entire Mercari group. By using the Mercari, we use the payment or the transaction history of the customers to create the credit limit for the customer. So application and backend services, and on top of those, the credit information have to be analyzed. So we need a machine learning platform, and we have invested on the machine learning platform as well. So after launch, it's been 3 years, and other engineering team, I'd like to talk about how our engineering challenges have been changed. So launch to the growing phases, especially from last year to this year, we've been going through these changes. So first, services are diversified. As I said earlier, we started with the payment services, but then we started the pay later services and the loan services. So these products are connecting with each other. And so we use the microservice architecture basically. So the multiple product lines are split into the different microservices. So each financial services, pay later and payment, each has a complex business requirements or legal requirements. Therefore, in order to meet, if these legal requirements and business requirements are all mixed up, it's not easy to development. So, but therefore, by splitting them into the different microservices, we can develop easier. So that is a benefit. But then the number of the microservices increases, so it is getting difficult to grasp the entire picture.
For example, the left one is a payment and the left one is a deferred payment. So when there are changes applied to the payment area, then in direct impact, you may think that there will be no impact on the deferred payment. However, if you go back and trace the total impact, we can find out some impact from microservice A to microservice D in some cases. So for the stable operation of microservices at Micropay, or Merpay, so the structure as well as team structure of microservices are viewed from a total perspective, and also between each microservices or something that go within microservices, and also from a total perspective, how much is the impact goes to what areas. That should be also very important to be reviewed as well as considered. And even after the development, you might test those microservices. And when you are developing a microservice for other types of projects, so how can you view the total impact on such microservices? This is also very important to grasp. And even after the launch of the services at an operational stage, so there can be mismatch of the data between those microservices involved, and how can you capture them? So those are also being tried these days more and more. So far as Merpay, how have we have we been dealt with? So there are many types of microservices, and different from observability as well as operational state of microservices. What type of information is handled in each microservices? Or what are the dependencies among microservices? So that type of information is collected so that you can be reviewed, and it is on a dashboard style made up in-house. And also there is new framework developed so that some processes can be automated. And this has been available from the launch. So there is a critical microservice data and reconciliation of such important data. That type of mechanism was available, and also it's been enhanced day by day. So in this Tech Fest, so to each of the topic, there will be some detailed topics for each of the topics that I talked about. So I hope you could enjoy them. So another point from the point of the growth period. This is from a translator. I'm sorry, the sound is not available for translator. Just please be patient for a while. So conventional customers, we try to provide customers to newer investment or newer type of features. However, in addition to providing features, we need to secure the security as well as peace of mind for the users, and that type of awareness is increasing. So when it comes to credit card as well as code payment, as well as ID password theft by phishing attacks, so those can be more and more fraud cases handled these days, and at Merpay as well. So in order to provide secured services, we have done a lot of effort. So in the use of Merpay, so the identification utilizing PKIG, that's one area. So that is to identify yourself by a smartphone or a licensing card. So in order to ease the case, utilizing my number card, and utilizing that chip on the my number card, you can identify yourself. Or in the case of credit card payment, we use 3D Secure 2.0. So that will lower the burden for the customers, but also enhance the security feature. So in addition to these types of effort, as a technological infrastructure, the fraud detection as well as the fraud transaction detection. So that type of stable operation is also enhanced, as well as the machine learning pipelines are also enhanced for that purpose. And also graph theory is also utilized for the fraud detection. Those have been some of the efforts we've been doing so far. So for the growth period, we are trying to enhance Merpay should be also contribute to the financial services in America in general. For example, this is about 2 years ago. So they're under the Mercari group. So what type of web services are provided? So flea market services by Mercari and also fintech G was another service. But currently under Mercari group, there are such many companies under Mercari group. So Mercari shops that provide services by Sozo company, and also logistics services provided by Merlogi, and also encryption services are provided by Mercoin. So such group companies were also added since then. So such businesses. So it's not enough for each of the business independent to run their business. So payment and credit service, they should not be always independent, but from a total perspective, Mercari, there are various services. And how can we embed financial services in a natural manner to cover those total services? So as the scope of the business of ours increase, so that means there should be some new services opportunity to provide, multiplying the financial services that, as well as the existing services that we have been doing so far. And what are the connections or the linkage we need to satisfy? That's also a challenge. At the time of the launch, we focused on the launch of the independent payment service. But together with Mercari, how can we increase the experience or enhance the experience of the users as well as technical design point of view? So we need to look at both of those areas. At Mercari Merpay, so there is a concept called sales. So whether there is an increase in sales or decrease, as well as point increase or decrease, as well as there is a payment. So there should be a history for various types of functions. And they are dispersed. But how can we consolidate or integrate those data so that customers can feel this, that our applications are easy to use? And also from more technical point of view, Mercari, Merpay are independent companies and we are developing products independently. However, as an application, it's a Mercari application and there is a tab called Merpay. So in a nutshell, this is going to be a one system. So how can we develop further independently without friction, as well as trying to deploy new technologies? At the time of deploying new technologies, we need to share knowledge each other so that we can be better in developing better products. So those have been the effort we have been doing as well as trying all the time. So the integration of user experience as well as experiences, not only that, but pure system design as well as functions. Well, from that point of view, at the time when initially Merpay was launched, those red points such as CRM, identification, merchants management, so those functions are required in order to establish Merpay as a platform. And from that point, platform has been enhanced so far. However, as more and more business have been conducted by other group companies, such group companies have also attached importance on those areas. From the point of the merchant management, at the beginning, Merpay just needs to focus on the merchant management. However, there is also a service called Mercari Shops now. And merchants are also involved in Mercari Shops service. Therefore, as a total group, we need to share the data as a total data from the point of merchants management. And how should we manage it? So we need to set up an infrastructure from a total perspective. And this is becoming a new challenge for us as well. So far when it comes to group infrastructure, so how can we establish microservices based on Kubernetes? So it was a kind of infrastructure layer type of story. However, we need to go up. So from the point of business logic, there should be always an infrastructure. And in providing various types of businesses, there should be some basic fundamental microservices. And how should we manage it? And how can we design so that it can be scalable? That's also one challenge.
So by the way, I'd like to wrap up. So the recent changes of Merpay is like we were in a launching phase, and now that we become a growing phase, we are in a growing phase, and we need to enhance our systems. And then the services, microservices are diversified, and so we had to create the system to cope with that. And also the size expanded. So we had to provide better security and safety. And so the security systems it has been one of the big focuses for us. And also, as a Mercari group, it's supported by the financial service. So we need to integrate the user experience and also as the system's functionality. We had to have the financial service platform to support the entire Mercari group. So we have to think about how we can design and how we can develop for that. And we needed to have a strategy as a group. And then that's what we've been working on. So these challenges have not been solved, and we had a lot to do going forward as well. For example, we are in a growing phase, so the information of the microservices are being collected. On the other hand, using this information and then Like we have to organize the processes, or we have to expand the services, and we have a big back office businesses like to handle the merchants or customers or float. And so using the technology, how we can make the back end processes efficient. So that's the another challenge. And for the financial service to support the entire America group, of course, we need to invest on the platform. We have to continue to invest on the platform for a while. So we have to have an organizational approach. And recently, we have a development center in India now. So using this development center, we have to expand the service development. Not only the Japanese development center, we work with the overseas development center. In order to do that, we have to have more English language capability. And also we need to consider the diversity and inclusion if we are working as an international organization. So those are also challenges for us. So I talked about what we did in Merpay and then what kind of challenges we had to deal with going forward. So now I'd like to include a 2B POE and to do the deep dive of this topic. So please join. Yes. So we'd like to talk about two topics. First topic is when we look back, what was the unique initiative as a Merpay or unique challenges in Merpay? I know you had a lot of experiences, and so let's look back the past. What was unique about Merpay? So first, I'd like to talk about the increasing number of companies in the group. So I mentioned that. And so companies and the Mercoin were established. And when we created the new companies, because we had to do it from scratch. So in order to run the business, we have to secure the resources and the human resources. But okay, we are going to launch this company and that companies. And then the people volunteered to launch the new businesses in a very passionate manner and in a very speedy manner. And so that was amazing for me, who joined from another company. So Hideki-san, looking back then, so what kind of culture do we have so that we can launch new companies? Yes, the launching a new business, a new company. Yes, we tend to make a rocket speed. And once we decided to do, it may not be the top down, but then we gather the resources and then make a rocket start to launch the new business. That's how we created the Merpay. The old previous Sozo company was the base, but then we also had to collect some people from the Mercari to launch the company. So yes, you may feel you may find the different resources from the different organization. Yes, because of that, the new companies, of course, runs a different business. But our common value is the go for all and all for one. But we share the common values. But then each company has a different culture, just like a different villages, which is very interesting. Okay, so for Hideki-san as a Merpay, what do you think of the very unique initiative at Merpay? Maybe related to what I just said. so we launched the Merpay, and we also send the people to Mercoin, for example. But then, as Nozawa-san, just like Nozawa-san, the company, all the companies that we merged together, the origami, and so then our organization grew very big. But I wanted to make the organization very flat. I don't want it to have a many hierarchy or layers. So VP of engineer was Ozawa-san and CTO was Soa-san. And so we appointed the 3 VPOE, which was unique because I wanted it to have a flat organization without a hierarchy. So that was a very unique. And another one was, as Nozawa-san said, like it was about the launching phase. We made a rocket start and expanded the business, and then we created the technical debt. And so we are the tech company. So instead of just leave the technical debt as it is, I'm sorry that this is a translator. We have a technical issue. The original voice is not available. Okay. So these are the two things that are very unique about Merpay. Okay. So 3 BPOE, which was surprising. I was one of them, but I was surprised by that. It was a luxury, I think. But then after that, when we look back the different events, probably we needed to have a 3 BPOE. Each of 3 has the different strengths, and then, but with 3 people, we could look over the technical organization. And now that we have a Sensei-san as well, but so Sensei-san, you worked with the 3 BPOE. So what did you think? I mean, as one of them. So what did you think about that? Yeah, 3 BPOE are the very unique. Usually, CTO and the BPOE are in pair in other organization. But I agree that we needed to have the flat organization. So in order to follow the scaling organization. So I like it. I like the flat organization. So Sencha-san, so what did you find any initiative as unique for Merpay? Hideki-san talked about the technical debt, so I'd like to follow that. So we had to rewrite the large application, so which is necessary for all the companies. Continuing before the Merpay. So therefore, the technical debt has been accumulated since 2018. We started the microservice migration, and then Mercari 11 had to be written, which was started in the beginning of 2020. And so that was completed last summer. So if you're interested in, please check the blog.
And also, I'm rewriting applications because it was prepared for the beta release very recently. So this rewriting started at the same time of web. But when it comes to application, so it includes Mercari as well as Merpay functions. And as for applications, so the code bases for them are different. So for the sake of rewriting, it was for Mercari. However, the code base linkage are in many places. And also, while Mercari is code base is written, Merpay has to keep running their business. Therefore, the Merpay source code, so the existing Mercari's code base as well as the Mercari code base rewriting. So those should be combined as well as keep operation. So you may feel that this might be a very difficult task. So including all of these, So business of those technologies both needs to be considered. And we need to come up with some approaches that would make them possible at the same time. And that was very challenging. And as Mercari and Merpay, I think it was more like a kind of group Mercari type of activity. So Mercari application as well as Merpay. So there'll be Mercoin as well, Mer shops. There'll be more and more areas. So should be some common areas, but they don't have to be mixed. However, they should be organized as well as to some extent they need to be independent. And I think that seems to be a very important or background concept of Mercari. Thank you. So may I move on to the next theme? This is more about future. So what are the challenges you face right now, and what efforts do you think you could address? With what efforts do you think you can address them? So let's start this time. Sensui-san, how do you feel about that theme? If I try to express a word, where are we going to make up an organization from the point of business or from the point of technology? I think this is a very difficult point to decide. As Nozawa-san talked in the summary, how can we execute it from a point of business will be very important. At the time of launch of Merpay, so microservices on the financial services, that was launched. At the time of the launch, the beginning stage, so the functions and microservices are aligned and in parallel. However, as the business size increases as well as the situations get complicated, so the relationship between microservices and feature and functions, the relationship is very hard to maintain. So it's not a independent service from Merpay, but should be combined with other types of services like fintech and so on. So as an organization, this should be implemented. And how can we realize that? That was very difficult. So in the future, so microservice migration is going on at Mercari side. So Mercari, Merpay, so microservices are not dependent on Mercari, Merpay. So as a foundation, there is an effort to generate such kind of thing as a group in general. So the same functions should not be rerun in various places. So that is for the sake of optimization. And ideally, if this is integrated in one place in a group, that would be ideal. So within Merpay, there are microservices, and some are microservices. I approved microservices, of course, and they should be obtained by Merpay. However, there should be some virtual linkage. So including ownership setting for such cases, how can we put into a design that type of idea and some device or some concept needs to be enhanced or devised, considered. Thank you. So at the time of the launch of the company, so Merpay was starting from the concept of the microservices. So the organizations and microservices are always hand in hand as a culture. Then when it gets to a type of infrastructure, it's a kind of a new paradigm shift for us. So that type of effort would require more and more consideration. And it's not only about system design, but when it comes to organizational design, there should be some design, system design as well as organizational design. So there should be always a linkage between these two. And I think that's a big challenging point. Thank you very much. So what about you, Mr. Kimura Hideo-san? So, as Mr. Ozawa mentioned, as a total group of Mercari, there are many more things to do as well as the organization. Size of an organization is bigger. So, as Mr. Sensui just talked about, so from a reverse point of Mr. Sensui's story, so as a total group, so this might be difficult to reach a technical agreement as a total group in this era. So Merpay is a kind of microservice native system, and Mercari still has some existing system that was intentionally left, and also some server connectivities. So depending on the phases of the business as well as features of the product, of course, we should choose depending on the cases, and I think it is good. However, as Sensui-san just mentioned, there should be also some common areas developed or generated. So this is about the productivity increase as well as the even quality among a group. So we call it a foundation, and I think this should be also enhanced at the same time, which is a challenge, I think. Thank you very much. So it's around the ending time, so we would like to finish the discussion. So one more point to talk about in the end. As I described in the summary slide, there are many challenges, and such kind of challenges will be introduced in the topics in Tech Fest presented. So today, it's about safety mark as well as fraud detection. And also tomorrow, there will be some integration of the user experiences as well as some common infrastructure for microservices. That's about the third day. So I hope you could listen to those sessions. And after the session, there'll be always a survey held. So I hope you could give us some comments. Thank you very much for your watching. Thank you indeed. Goodbye.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee from Merpay. Today, I would like to talk about the machine learning infrastructure using Feature Store and Vertex AI. So I will like to talk about the machine learning platform, a project I have been involved in since I joined Merpay, from its design to development and operation, as well as the innovations we have made and the future work we are envisioning for the future. Please understand there might be some inaccurate expression in my Japanese. So I will introduce myself first. I joined Yahoo Japan Corporation as a new graduate. At first, I was in charge in front-end development and operation of Yahoo Premium services, but in my second year with the company, I changed my career to machine learning engineer and worked on modeling and data analysis for EC services and building machine learning infrastructure. I then joined Merpay as a machine learning engineer in September 2021, and I am now in charge of developing fraud detection models and machine learning infrastructure. So today's agenda is divided into 4 main parts: the background to the creation of the machine learning infrastructure, a description of the infrastructure, reflections on having developed and operating for a year, and finally, future initiatives. So starting with the background. So various machine learning models have been created to prevent abuse of services. There is an alert filtering model to reduce the false positive rate of fraud detection models, a chargeback model to detect fraudulent purchases using credit cards, as well as suspicious account detection and suspicious behavior detection. There's a lot of additional development and updating of models, and sometimes multiple models are released in a short period of time. Recently, we have been working on an account-based chargeback model, a model to detect accounting hijacking and fictitious transactions. Fraud methods evolved on a daily basis, so it is essential to develop and realize models at a fast pace and to be able to counter them. As models are added and updated, the number of features required also increase. In the year between 2020 to 2021, the total number of feature dimensions increased by a factor of 4. The data sources for these features are disparate and include BigQuery tables, files on GCS, and spreadsheets. Some of the features were commonly used in multiple models. Next, so we need to manage the multiple models in a low cost. And also, there are models used in multiple methods. So it is necessary to be able to reuse the features which are used once. So next, I will talk about the infrastructure. So this is the overview of the machine learning infrastructure platform. In the middle, there is a horizontal line connecting from left to right, from data source to feature store, Vertex AI, and the output. This is the core part of the main ML pipeline logic. The parts connected above and below, such as the executor, version control, and monitoring, are the supporting parts of this core. I will first give the overview and then explain outputs. The feature store receives information from various data sources and provides it to the model as features. Next, a service called Vertex AI in GCP is used to train and infer the model. Vertex AI has 3 main services. Vertex pipelines run specific ML pipelines. Vertex endpoint deploys models and does online inference. And Vertex models manages the models that can have been created. The final output stores the results of the models and inference where necessary for subsequent use. Now that the necessary ML pipeline logic has been implemented, training and inference can now be performed. However, this is still not enough. In extreme cases, if we were to run all of this manually, the operational cost would be high, and as the number of models increase, there is a risk that we would be too busy with daily operations to take on new challenges. The answer we came up with to solve this was to automate everything that can be automated. For example, the executor at the top left realizes the automatic execution of ML pipelines and can be controlled at the touch of a button for on-demand or periodic execution. The version control on the top right enables version control of the ML pipeline source code. So you might think, why don't you use GitHub for source code version management? But we had our circumstances. We basically use the Kubeflow pipeline SDK to build an ML pipeline that can be run on Vertex AI. Due to this nature, we need to compile the Python file of the ML pipeline logic once, and Vertex AI will use that compiled file to run the pipeline. Well, then you can compile and use the latest version of the code on GitHub. But the fact is that there is some logic that is commonly used between pipelines and some pipelines that are commonly used by other pipelines. In this case, if someone updates a commonly used pipeline, all the pipelines that use it will be affected. Therefore, if you have to check the operation of all pipelines every time you make a modification, it will not be easy to update. To solve this, we added version control to the compiled files. So this part will be explained in more detail later on. Last is monitoring. In the bottom right, is a system that enables continuous monitoring of the system and models by aggregating the performance of models from BigQuery and notifying them via Slack, or by notifying daily alerts via Slack, so that we can respond quickly to any problems that may occur. We have a system in place that allows us to respond quickly when something happens. So that is Vertex AI and Feature Store. Let's take a closer look at these two services. Vertex AI is a managed machine learning platform that enables companies to rapidly deploy and maintain machine learning models. Vertex AI integrates existing ML services from Google Cloud into a single environment to efficiently build and manage the life cycle of ML projects. We chose this as our main platform for processing ML logic because it's a managed service, so the operational costs are lower than on-premise, and it covers each life cycle of an ML project, and it provides a lot of useful tools. The feature store service we have adopted is an open source called Feast. Feast can manage and provide features for machine learning models in one place. It can absorb differences between various data sources and provide features with a consistent interface so ML engineers can acquire and use features without worrying about data processing. The difference between having a feature store and not having one is that without a feature store, so in this case, independent data processing has to be done for each data source for each model. Even if there are features that are used redundantly between models, the same processing has to be done for each model each time. After the feature store has been implemented, features from different data sources, such as BigQuery or GCS, are incorporated to create a feature view. A feature view is a set of features for a domain. For example, a list of features for a product is represented as feature view 1, a list of features for transaction as feature view 2, etc. A feature service combines these feature views and provides the model with the necessary amount of features. The feature service can combine these feature views and provide the required amount of features to the model. As the feature store now manages features between the data source and model in one place, commonly used features in particular can be reused once developed, and models can freely incorporate features using the feature service, reducing development costs. As an ML engineer, I can concentrate on developing models, and the data engineer can concentrate on generating and managing features, so there is a good division of labor. Next, I would like to talk about the parts of the machine learning infrastructure that we have developed and operated for a year, and the parts that we felt were good and the part that we have worked on. The diagram on the right. So I will first explain about each element. The diagram on the right shows an example of a Vertex pipeline. This diagram shows a supervised learning pipeline, which includes a series of steps from data acquisition, tuning, training, and finally, model evaluation. The term components here refers to the individual square blocks in the diagram, which represent a single task or logic. For example, the data division of a train test is one component. In addition, there are components that are commonly used in various pipelines. For example, the component that obtains the results of executing a big query is widely used in various pipelines. These are called common components. Common components is not an official concept, but was born out of our desire to use frequently used components in a common way in order to reduce development costs. The flow created by each component is a pipeline, i.e., one ML pipeline. Now that we have covered the prerequisites, let's return to the infrastructure. The first good thing we did was to create a common pipeline. As you know, the supervised learning flow for each model is roughly the same. You acquire data, train, tune as necessary, and evaluate. What differs from model to model is the feature list used, the definition of labels, the feature service, the range of hyperparameters, the model name, etc. Therefore, the common training flow has been combined into a single pipeline. We manage the different parts of each model in a config file so that when the pipeline runs, it receives the config file as a parameter and creates the required model. This picture shows how this works. Each model has its own config file, and when you run the pipeline while referencing the contents of the config file, you can create the model you want. For example, if you enter the config file or model A and run the pipeline, you will be able to run model A, and config file for model B will generate model B. The biggest benefit of this is that you can create the model you want by referencing the contents to the config file. So you will be able to generate many models while limiting the cost. If you want to try various things at the experimental stage or create multiple models in a short period of time, you can create models as long as you have the data, so you can quickly turn the PDCA cycle around or make fast release.
Next, we are sorry that the original voice is not available. Okay, we are doing the Kubeflow pipeline SDK. And I said before that you need to compile the pipeline logic, but actually you need to compile the components as well. The flow we'll be using SDK is first you define the logic of each component. For example, in this diagram, we define the train function and implement each learning logic of the model. After defining, we compile the Python function. Then, the next time the pipeline logic is implemented, the previously compiled YAML files can be read as components files. After reading the files, we build the pipeline flow. And finally, the pipeline is compiled again so that Vertex AI can run. In other words, we need two compiles. The problem with this is that if you want to change a common component or a common pipeline, for example, if you want to add a parameter or if you want to add a component to the supervised learning pipeline, then this will affect other components, so other models. So therefore, it will be difficult to modify. If we use it as it is, for example, if an engineer A says that she wants to update this component, then the engineer B has to respond to that update right away. Otherwise, the pipeline will fail. So we thought that what we could do is that, like a Python package that we often use, this server uses version 1.0 and the other server uses version 2.0. Although the same packages, but they use different versions, so they don't affect each other. And if we can realize it, then when the ML engineer A wants to update the components, then the engineer B can say, oh, well, we will use the previous version, so you can go ahead and update it. So the answer we came up with was to do the version control on the compiled files. We decided to separate versions for each GCS path. Since we are saving and referencing files on GCS, for example, when we compile a file and upload it to GCS, we specify the path name with 0.1 or 0.2. So now you can specify different paths to run different versions of the pipeline when you refer to them. So the system is as described in the diagram. So when the source code is updated on the GitHub, the compiled file will be uploaded to GCS via GitHub Actions. So the common components on the left and the pipeline on the right are separated by version. So, and this time, when I look at the pipeline diagram on the right, in the version of 0.5.0, there were ML pipeline and the ML pipeline A and ML pipeline B and train pipeline. And in 0.6.0, ML pipeline C was added. The point here is that ML pipeline A and B haven't been changed. In other words, C was just added. So we adopted the way of saving the current state of all pipelines in the one version, so just like a snapshot. So from a file saving perspective, it is redundant because the same file is saved many times, but this is definitely easier to use. And this is what we call one-for-all versioning. And you can handle common components in the same way. You can specify a different version of a common components for the pipeline and use it. So if there is any change here, if the version is upgraded, the file you are using now will not be lost. So you can use the existing file and you can save the changed part in the path of the new version and use it. So you can develop and operate without affecting each other. To summarize, we use a one-for-all versioning to manage components and pipeline versions. Components and pipelines are compiled and uploaded on GCS. Which pipeline is executed when. So each pipeline has its own scheduler.env, the path of the pipeline, the path of the config file, cron, where you want to execute on periodical basis, are written in it. Then we use the GitHub Actions to set up the execution pattern of the pipeline in the cloud scheduler. If it is a periodical execution, it will send a message to the pub sub at the time setting the cron. The content of the message can be the pipeline path, setting the scheduler, or .env, or the name of the pipeline, or the config file. PubSub pushes the received message to the Cloud Run. So Cloud Run can receive messages from PubSub and execute the pipeline they need. If you want on-demand execution, you usually deactivate the Cloud Scheduler and activate it only when you need it, and then press the Run Now button to execute the train pipeline or the pipeline you want to execute on demand. So by doing that, we can control on-demand execution, periodic execution, and execution with a different config file with the push of a button by using the Cloud Scheduler and the PubSub together. Next is continuous A/B testing. When the model is updated, it is necessary to do A/B tests, and we automated this as well. The Vertex AI endpoint on the right side can also do inference from the endpoints after deploying the model. Besides that, we also provide a traffic split feature, which allows you to deploy up to 2 models to a single endpoint. For example, deploy model A and model B to one endpoint for performance evaluation. And if model N wins, then you can complete the A/B test by increasing model A from 50% to 100% of traffic. Of course, you can set endpoints manually, but I wanted to reduce operational cost by automating and also to reduce the human errors by manual setting. So we built a config file for the endpoints and write the model we want to deploy to the endpoints and their settings in it, and then deploy to the endpoints using the GitHub Actions. So that's the models you want are deployed in the state you want. Here too, a single file can automatically control the status of the endpoints, which also lowers the hurdle for A/B testing. And finally, by notifying the execution status of pipelines and the performance of models through Slack integration, we realize monitoring. So far, I talked about the points and the parts we devised to reduce development operation cost. And now I'd like to talk about the areas we would like to work on in the future. The first point that I'd like to work on is the extension of the feature store. The feature store has been used to store the batch ingested data on the offline store and to learn models from the data in the past. So in the future, we'd like to incorporate stream ingest features such as Kafka, since there is a growing demand for real-time inference. To be more specific, I'd like to store stream ingested data in an offline store and work with the Vertex endpoints to achieve inference of models using real-time data. And the inference result will be stored in a BigQuery or the GCS Cloud Spanner for subsequent use. The difficult point here, or the point of uncertainty, is the upgrading of the Feast. Feast is open source with a very active community, so it is growing rapidly. I think one of the challenges will be to keep up with the upgraded grade and find the balance between the stable operation in the production environment and the introduction of new features, since some of the features are still in alpha, such as stream ingest and other features. So next, I want to automate flows for data drift detection and retraining. So this one is divided into two parts. The left part is the data drift detection, and the right part is the relearning. In the data and the drift detection, I'm going to use the monitoring functionality provided by Vertex AI, and I will use the feature and the labels at the time of a training as a baseline and compare the latest features and the label when inferring at the endpoints. If the distance between the statistical distribution of the two feature or labels exceeds a certain threshold, this will be a different distribution. So we will determine that the drift has occurred. If we can detect that drift has occurred, we go into the retraining flow on the right. And here we first notify that data drift has occurred by Slack. Also, the retraining Vertex AI pipeline runs to generate the model. We put out the config files of the generated model by pull request to ask engineers to review them. And otherwise, the decision to actually use the new model is made manually by human beings. Then when the pull requests are approved, we match them, develop the new model to the Vertex endpoints, and update the model or run the A/B test. And we are still working on this, and the design may change in the future. So this concludes my presentation. As for fraud detection, business requirements are changing rapidly, so we have created a machine learning platform that can create and deploy models quickly and can be easily operated even if there are hundreds of models. And I believe that this platform can be adapted to an environment where business requirement changes as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, hello everyone. So from here, we would like to have a Q&A session for the topic, the ML platform using Feature Store and Vertex AI. My name is Daisuke Torigoe, and I will be the moderator. And I belong to the Merpay Fraud Prevention ML team, and I'm an engineering manager. So, so far we have not received any questions, but we would like to entertain questions from the viewers. So we are still soliciting questions. So please write in your question in either YouTube or Twitter live chat. So Lee-san, thank you very much for your presentation. And since there are no questions coming from the audience yet, I have one question for you. So listening to your presentation, I could understand the benefits of using the feature store. But there might be some challenges on using feature store. So according to you, what are the demerits on using feature store? So as I mentioned earlier, the feature store service, we are using Feast as a service, and this is open source and it is updated very frequently. So we have to keep up with the updates, and also there's no customer support, so the learning cost is quite high. And the features that we want to use and the features in the roadmap are still in alpha status. So we cannot use those features in production yet. So we need to grow together with Feast. So that is quite challenging. I see.
So you grow with the feature. Thank you. Right, there are not so many use cases yet, although it is growing a little bit, but not so much yet. So you grow with the feature store. Yeah. Thank you very much. Next. Yeah, I will ask you this question now. So feature stores or the Vertex AI are used. So it sounds like the development is difficult. And also there are already existing platforms. So it will cost you to replace them. So, but you overcame all this problem and decided to implement this. But why did you decide that? Well, the fraud methodologies and the fraud damage are growing, so we needed to cope with it as soon as possible. In order to do that, we have to develop the models to cope with the different fraud. But you want to create the large models or maintain them, then the issue will be the operation cost. So while we are reducing the operation costs, we need to develop fast and we need to respond to the new fraud quickly. So in order to do so, we needed a new platform. So that was a main reason. And when there are multiple models and there are some common features or the unique features, so you have to upgrade how to manage the features. And also the demands will increase going forward. So therefore, Feast online stores, when I look into the new versions of the Feast online store, I found out that the difficulty of the implementation was reduced. So that was also part of the growth of the Feast. So that's why we decided to implement them. Thank you very much.
So I think we have one question from the floor, so I would like to read it out. So compared to other ML pipelines, what is the biggest benefit of Feast? So maybe you have partly answered the questions already, but please reiterate the benefits of using Feast. Feast is simply a platform which manages the data features. So especially if there are features used commonly between multiple models, without Feast, you need to process the data separately, and you need to prepare the data separately for each model. But in Feast, if you created a feature in model A, and if model B wants to use the same feature, you don't need to develop that from scratch. You can reuse what model A was using. So it makes it easier to manage the features and the cost goes down. And another point, as an ML engineer, rather than data ETL, but we want to focus on tuning the models rather. Data scientists and ML engineer can have a clear division of labor. Data scientists can use Feast, and they can
So in this presentation, why the online store is necessary for feature store? From offline store, why you don't fetch the data directly from the offline store? What's about this? It's a very good question. It's a great question with the insight. It touches the core of this feature store. The reason why that we need online is, simply put, the stream data can be used as an input. Kafka and the stream data can be ingested. By doing that, real-time inference can be done easily. The data fetch from the offline store can be done as well. But it's a periodic execution, like every minute. If you synchronize them in every minute, then management of the data becomes difficult or the cost will be increased. So carried from the offline store to the online stores are done only for the non-real-time data. For example, customers ID, transaction ID, or age. If such an information is set one time, it won't change real time. So then we can fetch those data from offline store, and then only the real time data can be fetched from the online store, so that we do the real time inference. You can have the both online data as well as the offline data. So you can do the inference faster than the batch inference.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think everything's okay. So if you have any other points you would like to make, please comment on the chat. So we only have 2 minutes left. So I would like to add to the previous response about when ingesting offline data or fetching data from offline store or data going into the online stream. If there are duplicate data between these two, there are such duplicate data. Same data comes in the batch and also in the stream. So how can you align these two types of data? That is a challenge for us right now. What we do is data which comes in as a stream and data fetched from offline store, we separate them. And it's the data which must be real time will be coming from the stream, and other data will be fetched from offline to avert conflicts. But going forward, if there is collision or duplication, this is a challenge on how we can handle that. Okay, thank you very much, Lee-san. So we're exactly on time. So we would like to conclude the QA session. Please fill in the questionnaire. Thank you very much for viewing. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today at the Merpay Tech Fest. In this session, I'll be speaking on the topic graph theory and fraud, uncovering a connection from data. So it's about graph theory and fraud prevention. Let me first introduce myself. My Slack name is HMJ, and since 2018, I've been involved in the design and development of credit models focusing on machine learning at Merpay Inc. And since October 2019, I have been involved in the development of machine learning models and systems in the fraud detection area. My favorite ramen is spicy or fatty ones. Thank you. At first, I will briefly discuss graph theory as mentioned in the title. Then, let me introduce some examples of how we are using graph theory to go against fraud. And finally, I will talk about future work. Now, let me start with graph theory. So, about graph theory. A graph in graph theory is not a line graph or a pie chart, but a graph from one of the fields in mathematics called graph theory. The origin of graph theory is known by the concept when Euler, a mathematician, used the concept to solve a stroke problem involving the 7 bridges over a river in a city around 1935. If you are interested, please search for Keynesberg Euler. As shown in the figure, in graph theory, a graph is an abstraction of circles and lines connecting them. A circle is called a node, which is also called a contact point or vertex. Arrows are called links, arcs or edges, and so on, depending on the field. But in this case, I will use the term node and link. It is a very abstract theory that uses only circles and lines. So, how to apply it to the real world depends on the ideas of the analyst and the person who will use it. So, it's a kind of fun part for them. Next, I would like to talk about what kind of data we have on Mercari and Merpay and how we can use it as graph theory. Mercari and Merpay have a wide variety of data. For example, if we look at a transaction within Mercari, let the node be the customer's account on Mercari. Well, hereafter abbreviated as account here. And if the link is an arrow from the seller to the buyer, then they can be viewed as a graph. The scene of using Merpay at a store can also be viewed as a graph, with one node as the account node and the other node as the merchant node and the payment relationship connected by arrows. These are just 2 examples, but there are several other datasets. And I'm thinking of applying some of them as graphs using the relationships between the nodes and the arrows. Next, I'd like to show you some examples of fraud prevention or countermeasures using the graph theory. In this issue of fraud prevention using graph theory, I would like to focus on a credit card fraud as a case study. There are 2 major examples of fraud countermeasures using graph theory. The first is an introduction to specific patterns that emerge when analyzing graphs created by many different nodes. The other is to construct a graph between accounts and calculate the degree of similarity. Now, let me look at them one by one. The first example is about the degree of occurrence in a particular place. For a long time, The machine learning team has been doing analysis using graph theory. When a graph is made of transactions, it becomes a very large graph, but by analyzing the specific shape, size, and the form of one part of the graph in detail, the analysis gradually revealed that specific patterns show higher occurrence of specific types, such as unauthorized credit cards. As we further pursued, we gradually began to see that each shape or each type of fraud has a certain place where it is likely to occur on a graph. This figure is just an image for illustration purpose. The leftmost node is the suspicious account node. And from there, the graph is represented by arrows from buyers to sellers. The numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 represent a distance from node 0, how far apart they are. For example, in this figure, the link between 3 and 0 is 1, 2, 3, so it is 3. By representing transaction as links and doing a graph analysis, we look at distance. 0 is a suspicious account, and 1 is purchasing from the account, and also selling the item, from which we can intuitively say, one may also be suspicious account. And when we look at the relationship around the other nodes like 2, 3, and 4, we found some patterns of higher occurrence, such as it's more likely to appear with this shape of node 2 and this shape of node 3. Gradually, we understand that if we can find patterns in the graphs of transactions conducted by Mercari and Merpay, we can detect fraudulent credit cards. However, while this discovery seems to be effective enough, the graph of transactions alone was not large enough to cover the total amount of card fraud we want to detect, which was a major challenge for our team. So the next question is whether it is possible to create a graph that focuses not only on transaction but also on attribute information. I will show you on the next page. The following is an example of utilizing graph theory for similarity between accounts. This example shows how we should tackle this issue when we cannot use links as transactions. Here, the attribute information, which is very abstract, is rounded up into a blue node, and the other nodes marked with people are the two figures on the screen now show three attribute information shared by two accounts nodes. And although it depends on the attribute information, it may be possible to say that their similarity is very high. The connection between accounts can be divided into two states, 1 and 2, as shown in this figure. In figure 01 on the left, there is a green account on the right and black suspicious node on the left. In this case, the black suspicious node and the green node share 3 attribute information. So we can probably say that something suspicious is going on. On the other hand, 02 shares 3 attribute information likewise. But since they are not both suspicious, we can only say that their attribute information is similar. So we can separate into the 2 states in such a way that the graph is always related to the suspicious account or not. If we talk only about fraudulent card, you can imagine that if we find a pattern of Day1 on the left, we can immediately apply it as a fraud detection method.
So if we limit the discussion to credit card fraud, if we can discover a state like the one on the left, the two may be seen as separate states. So I will explain this example in the next page. So this is a graph which evolves over time. So in this example, there are 5 snapshots which transition from one state to another over time. So I will go on and explain each state one by one, starting with number 1 on the left. So at time number 1, one account is newly created, and this account has 3 attributes. So it's a very simple state. Next, in time 2, another account is newly created, and the second account shares 2 pieces of attribute information with the previously created account. Also, at time 2, we have another piece of information shown in pink here at the bottom. So it says that the account on the right made a card payment at this point of time. So I will explain what this means later on. So next is time 3. So this is also simple. Here another account is created at the left bottom, and likewise 2 attribute information are common with the other accounts. Now there are 3 accounts. And time 4 has the largest amount of information. At time 4, it is assumed some time has passed since the previous times. Here we find that the card payment, which happened in time 2, was actually a fraudulent transaction, and that information gets to be known at time 4. Generally, there is a time lag from where the card payment is made and when that transaction is discovered to be a fraud. So up to time 3, it represents the second status explained in the previous slide. So that means nobody is seen as suspicious and all the accounts were sharing attribute information. But from time 4 onwards, one of the 3 accounts have changed its status to suspicious or fraud. So it means the state has transitioned from number 2 to number 1 in the previous slide. That means one of the accounts that have common attribute information is now known to be suspicious or fraudulent. So like I said before, states number 1 and 2 in the previous page are not existing separately, but the states have changed with the passing of time. Seeing a snapshot at time 4, we now know that the account on the right is a fraudulent account. And we can also assume that the two nodes on the left, which share multiple information with the fraudulent node, might also be suspicious. We can further surmise from the fact that the account on the right was discovered to be fraudulent at time 4 that if a new account is created thereafter with a high similarity with the fraudulent account, i.e. that shares multiple attribute information, we can say that this new account might also be suspicious. Like this, we will be able to make suspicion judgment. So this is expressed in time 5. On the right, a new node is created, and 2 of the attributes are shared with the black node, which is known to be a fraud. So we can already assume that this new node may be potentially suspicious. Of course, we have to look at the content of the attribute information as well as how they are connected to each other in more detail. But generally speaking, we can say that if the nodes share multiple attribute information, they may be potentially suspicious. Through these 2 examples, I demonstrated how to use the relationships of the transactions to find points of high fraud by finding the similarities between the new account and the node, which is already known to be fraudulent. This is based on the graph theory. So up to here, I talked about very abstract or theoretical matters. But how in real life we do data analytics to find suspicious accounts from the level of similarities, but we won't be able to prevent fraud by just conducting analysis. So in reality, the accounts judged as suspicious by the ML team are sent to another team or microservice responsible for real-time fraud detection. The data is linked with this microservice to do the detection. And ML team makes judgments on suspicious accounts, and the results are sent to different teams where the data will be used at payment timings and for post-payment monitoring. So that is the system architecture. Lastly, I would like to talk about some topics we are thinking of implemented as some future work. So we won't be able to increase the coverage of our initiatives unless we identify the connections. Pertaining to the graph theory, whether it's transactions or attribute information, we won't be able to get to know anything unless we can see the connections. So I will talk about how we are trying to discover those connections and how we are trying to utilize and interpret the results of the prediction. So I would like to introduce you these 2 topics today. First is link prediction. This is a task to predict whether there is a link between 2 existing nodes when the connections between such nodes are not yet known. So as you can see on the left, on the top, there are 2 green nodes. They are not known to be connected, but using shared attributes and other types of information, we try to predict how much linkage there is between the two nodes. And we want to apply link prediction to such tasks. If such task becomes possible, since we already accumulated a certain amount of information on suspicious nodes, if we can predict the connection between multiple nodes, we will then be able to identify further suspicious nodes, which are currently not seen as suspicious. So this is what we are currently working on. And to realize this, we need to analyze a large amount of graph data. So we are now considering to use graph database. It will also be a machine learning exercise. We are now creating an online store in the future store, which was presented in the previous session. So that is stocking features thought to be effective for fraud detection in the future store. And we are now thinking of utilizing those features to predict links. And the second initiative is not limited to fraud prevention, not just link prediction, but there are other ML models being used. So, and they are used more and more. When machine learning makes some kind of prediction, traditionally, ML or machine learning has been a black box, and it was difficult to explain how the machine learning came up with a certain results. So we want to make it so that it will be easier to explain the reasoning behind the prediction or how ML came up with such results. Also, the analysts and the machine learning engineers should be able to interpret the machine learning predictions for our own improvement. So that's why we also want to focus on improving how we interpret the predictions made by machine learning. So today I talked about graph theory and fraud prevention. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
So, hello everyone. So from here, Q&A session for graph theory and fraud prevention. So I'm Daisuke Goe in charge of QA session as we did in the previous session. I belong to the same team as Hamaki-san, so engineering manager at fraud detection team. So in this opportunity, so we have not received any questions from the audience, I presume. So this is, so the intention is to answer the questions from the floor. So we are still accepting your questions. So if you have questions, please write them on YouTube Live or Twitter. So currently, I don't think I have some questions to cover. So let me ask a question to you. Point. You might already know, but I was not a machine learning engineer, but I was my specific major was about the machine itself, was like physics and so on. So, as well as geometry. So, I was also a data science in a previous company. So the mathematics and physics, the know-how of those fields have been applied to the previous job. And then I started to utilize machine learning. So for me, graph theory was not a kind of difficult thing because it was not a kind of start from scratch. But as for the rules for the fraud detection utilizing graph theory, and we have been already started this application, but just one person in charge of this would not work as a team. Therefore, so there are many members who have acquired graph theory as well as complicated network. So in order to permeate the knowledge about graph theory, we are setting up some network study session as well as network X hands-on sessions so that they can be familiar with the graph theory. Okay, thank you very much.
So from the manager's perspective, the first step was Hamachi-san. So it was really pertaining to one single person. But from the second model onwards, the study sessions that you talked about, hands-on sessions, and from April of this year, we have new members who are knowledgeable about graph theory. So I think a team is beginning to develop. And more recently, there are people who are other than Hamachi-san are leading teams and developing models. So I think we are now able to work on graph theory as a team. That is my impression. So I would like, we are still soliciting questions, but I would like to ask the second question. So it's the next question is quite light. So to analyze the graph structure data, what kind of tools are you using? So in the initial stage, we use sample data. And when we just look at the data, we use Python. Many of the members use Python. So there is a library called Network X, which is open source. And for transactions and attribute data are put into a graph and visualized to analyze what type of phenomenon is occurring. So that is what we have started as a small start. I see.
So in that sense, let me add some questions adding to this. So utilizing network X, you applied graph theory, and compared with table data, in data processing, so graph structure data should have some specific difficulties. So what kind of specific difficulties do you have in this area? Well, graph-specific difficulties, you mean? Right. So when we focus on fraud prevention, speed is everything. Quick response is everything. Just like machine learning method, real-time response is very important. That's one part of that. So in order to achieve that, the state of the graph, so this should be stored as a database, and for a specific pattern, there should be some graph description established. That type of establishment is required, or the development is required. So when it comes to handling a large scale of graph theory, I think that's a very important point and one of the difficulties, I think. I see. Thank you very much.
Are there any other difficulties? It's not really recent, but the graph theory and machine learning, the graph machine learning. So it's okay if you handle a small amount of data with simple machine. But if the data becomes bigger, we need better, higher functioning machines. And we need to process the data to align with the problem. So the challenges become similar to general machine learning. So that area we have to take care of. And when we discuss with people monitoring the frauds, if we see a graph, we can have a good idea what's happening. But graph theory itself is quite abstract. So to have a common understanding on what is happening, the graph is too simple to have sufficient information. So what type of transaction is happening and how this resulted in this graph. So if that becomes more visible, so I'm talking about the visualization part. So there are many things that we can do to improve visualization and communication. So to have better communications, we need to improve on the visualization of the graphs.
Yeah, that's right. In graph theory visualization, well, it might be easy to make up something very big, but when it comes to communication, so visualization for the sake of communication might be very difficult in graph theory. Thank you very much. So actually, I received one question from the audience. So I would like to go to this question. So you just mentioned that real-time detection or that kind of speed is very important in fraud detection. So this question is related to that. So do you have any false positive detection in real-time detection? So if there is an inquiry from a user that credit card is not available, in order to make a judgment about the correct detection and false detection, what type of difficulties do you face? So what do you think about that? I think we can think of 2 points. Number one, so the machine learning model itself spends some time to judge this is suspicious or not. So this should be real time. That's one point. So before the credit card payment is made, the detection should be made. That's one point. So at the time of detection, real time inference should be also applied. So there are 2 points. So at the time of credit card payment, if something is done real time, then it is possible that the card is suspended for users. Then, in order to avoid that, the operational side should handle this case. And another point. So there is always a monitoring in machine learning. So when something is made or some payment is made, so there should be some operation to monitor about the behavior in general, including customers. So even when it is not real-time checked, it is possible that this can be a false detection. So there can be some patterns of behavior. So this should be also covered. I'm not sure whether I can answer that. I was able to answer that or not. Okay.
Thank you. In that sense, so to avoid these false positives, as a detection rule threshold needs to be adjusted to avoid misdetection or false positives. And after the detection, so so there are levels of countermeasures. For example, to block the transaction is the strongest. But we need to take measures to avoid deteriorating the customer experience. Thank you. Thank you for the question. So I would like to go back to my question. In the presentation, you did not really mention about the actual effects. Maybe that was quite intentional, but how effective was this? So I cannot give you a quantitative answer. So due to the nature of the subject, but qualitatively, so rules monitoring fraudulent credit card. So many teams have been doing this, and we are doing pilots using graph theory. And it seems like we are able to get additional type of insight or data which we could not using other methods. So we see value here. That is what we feel. Okay, thank you. That is quite difficult, but so I think the value in itself is that you have a net. Really, you have been able to throw a net further than you have been able to do in the past. So that in itself is a value. So I think there's a novelty here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamachi. So I think we have 2 minutes. I don't think there are further questions, so I think we would like to end this session, including Q&A. Thank you very much indeed. So I also would like you to answer the surveys so that you can comment on this session. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you indeed.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the Merpay Tech Fest. In this session, I'll be talking about Merpay's work on quality assurance of machine learning systems. Let's get started. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Yoshizawa. I worked for Unravel about 7 years, and then I joined Merpay in 2021. I'm mainly working on machine learning models currently, and especially around the credit limit. Okay, this is the agenda today. And first, I'd like to give a brief introduction of Merpay's services using machine learning. Next, I will talk about Merpay's concept of machine learning quality. And the third section, which is the main one, will be the talk about our efforts in the project with some specific examples. Yes, okay, let's start with the first one. I'd like to introduce Merpay service using machine learning. So first one is the Merpay Smart Pay. This is a post-payment service that allows users to pay later for purchase made on Mercari or in physical stores. If you have used this service before, you may know that to how much can be paid later has been defined, which is called a credit limit. So the machine learning system is, being used for setting the credit limit. And then there is another service called Merpay Smart Money. This is a service that allows users to borrow money from Mercari. You can repay with the sales proceeds or points, or you can change your repayment plan on the app at any time. So it is very easy to repay. The services focus on the ease of repayment, and this service also makes credit decisions based on the usage records of Mercari, and machine learning is one of the important elements of this service. We are making credit judgment based on the user's behavior or activities, such as selling and buying via the Mercari app, and we determine credit limit by utilizing the activity data. Of course, we refer to credit information, but in Mercari, rather than so-called attribution information, such as the information of family structure, occupation, we use the information of the track record of the customer's behavior and activities. By doing so, the customers who are not eligible for the credit line can be entitled to get credit limit. So it was a brief introduction of the service. So then I'd like to talk about the quality of the machine learning services. When you think of the quality, since it is a machine learning system, of course, having high prediction accuracy is very important. But when you think about operating this as a service, we will need to have a quality to, other requirements than accuracy will be necessary. So for example, we will strive for quality in the form of a convenience and easy to use for our customers. And we also believe that the fair treatment of our customers is one of the qualities we strive for. And when we consider the requirements of the society, it is important to consider whether it will lead to a better society or not. Or, of course, compliance with the laws and regulation is also an important point of view. And if we look at the Mercari's group, of course, business continuity and profitability are also important. And of course, group synergies can be also considered. Since it's a machine learning system, it naturally requires trial and error, and machine learning is sensitive to changes in data. So it is important to consider how to maintain and improve quality based on these characteristics. So next, I'd like to talk about how to build the quality. I will address the 4 elements: data, model, system, and others. So I will discuss our efforts in these 4 elements to improve quality with some specific examples. So I will share with you some of the initiatives in project The first is data. In terms of data, we are doing three elements or things for quality improvement. The first one is, in addition to the technical point of view, we are making sure to continuously process the data in such a way that it is legally and ethically acceptable. The second is to be able to respond flexibly to changing data, since data is changing all the time. The third is what I call verifiability, which is the ability to trace back the cause of the prediction result in the past. And from the next page, I will talk about specific efforts. The first one is to ensure the consistency of features so that the features are processed in the same way during training and inference. And of course, in addition to using the same processing method, only data within the allowed range in the time frame should be used as input. So we looked at Feast as a feature store and implemented it to realize this idea. And then next point is clean feature. Well, it is a matter of course, for those who work in machine learning, but those features are very important and contribute to the accuracy of the model. In addition, in order to fulfill our social responsibility and to fulfill our responsibility to our customers, as I mentioned earlier, we believe how to use a feature is important aspect. In addition to test and check whether there are bugs such as a data leak for each feature value. From a legal and ethical point of view, we are also checking with not only the ML engineers, but also with the business side to see if the features are appropriate to use in terms of privacy protection and fairness. So we make a judgment as to whether it is appropriate to use these features or not, and then incorporate them into the model. The third point, I mentioned it, the response to change. This is about how to check the so-called drift of the data as data changes. Well, we'll use TensorFlow data validation as a technique to check for data drift. And so we are checking for data drift, and we are using this for comparing data distribution between the training and inference, or between the current inference and the previous inference. But we are not fully automating this process. We have a team member who looks at the data and checks it. I mention it as an activity to look at the features. So our machine engineer looks and check the features. And if we find something of concern or problem, we discuss how to deal with it on the spot and respond it in a flexible manner. So the last part of this section on the data is verifiability. If there is a problem, in order to recreate the situation after the fact, we store the data. It's pretty obvious, but you are storing the behavior of the machine learning model, and on top of that, you are storing the learning data, the prediction data, and the hyperparameters and other parameters that are set for the learning inference of the model. These data can be accessed easily as well. That is so-called, that is important for verifiability. These are what we are doing about verifiability and example of our efforts about the data. I'd like to continue with the model perspective. So in terms of models perspective, we divide it into two phases, development and operation. And we think about what we should do. During development phase, it is natural to check generalization performance and usability. But in addition, with the operation phase in mind, selection of an algorithm need to be considered. I'd like to show you some specific examples regarding models. The first one is model monitoring. Monitoring of the model. After the model has been implemented and started to operate, we have implemented the system to monitor it on an ongoing basis. The purpose of this is to check whether the system is properly ensuring the generalization performance. We also detect abnormality when things like data drift occurs early and respond to it. And it may be true for other machine learning systems. But in addition to the raw output value of the model, there may be post-processing and the final result may be delivered to the customer after several rounds of post-processing. So we monitor the system indicators over time, and when the accuracy deteriorates, we try to track which part of the system is the source of deterioration. Next is efficiency and automation of lead training. When selecting algorithm for machine learning models, it is natural to say that they should satisfy business needs. But I think that many companies are also considering selecting algorithms that are easy to operate. We need to consider whether it has accuracy to satisfy business needs. And there's also the question of how much accountability is needed and how much time can be spent on the inference, and also the lifetime of the model. How long does it take to retrain the model, and how often should it be retrained? These have to be considered as well when you select algorithm. So when we create a new model, we consider this point and select an algorithm that can satisfy each of these perspectives.
In our case, since we're using Merpay's behavior data, we want to use a model that is resistant to certain outliers and has a certain degree of robustness to external environmental changes. So we select our algorithm based on these perspectives. As the last line says, we are also studying and building an automatic relearning infrastructure and are testing automatic relearning and deployment. This is under POC now. The next is about edge case analysis. Next, I've talked about machine learning data and models. Now, I would like to talk about quality assurance for the system as a whole, not just the machine learning component. When we look at the machine learning system as a whole, there are two major rules in terms of quality. The first is the idea that the system as a whole compensates for weakness in the ML model. I think that the role of the ML system is to ensure that accidents do not occur when misclassification occurs, to supplement the machine learning component, and to ultimately ensure consistency with legal regulations and rules. The other role is to ensure the speed of system development, speed and accuracy of system operation as a whole system. When it comes to machine learning development, there is inevitably a certain amount of trial and error, or things often go differently than expected. In such cases, quick implementation of PDCA cycle improvement will be very important. So we are also focusing on speed and accuracy. The first is the complement to the machine learning model, which I mentioned earlier. In machine learning models, the risk of misclassification increases when the amount of information in the feature value is small. In such cases, we would develop a mechanism to generate predictions in a more robust way. Or when predicted values that deviate from service rules or legal restrictions are output, the system detects and processes them to appropriate values outside of the machine learning model. Next is the productivity and accuracy of development. There may be cases when you want to experiment and deploy them quickly when you need to retrain or have changed algorithm or features. We are focusing our efforts on how to streamline the experimental work with a certain amount of trial and error. There are a lot of things that cannot be completely automated. One of our efforts is the use of Vertex AI pipelines services to visualize the pipelines and improve the efficiency of experiments. The next point is automation, which incorporates human labor to ensure accuracy and speed in operations. GCP Composer is used to automate the machine learning pipelines like training, evaluation, inference, and post-processing of models. As I mentioned in the case study from the data perspective, machine learning engineers are also involved in checking the distribution of data, so we cannot say it is fully automated. However, it is important not to make mistakes in the confirmation processes or take too much time. So we are trying to automate the process as much as possible and to achieve accurate and speedy operations by minimizing the labor in an almost fully automated environment. In particular, We are looking for areas that can be automated by breaking down and analyzing operations in a great detail, such as automating the data preparation process required for confirmation, notifying members of the confirmation process, and starting the process afterwards. We have also posted a blog on this topic for those interested. The above is about a machine learning system. However, from perspectives other than the system, there are some examples and practices that are useful in maintaining and improving quality. So let me talk about these in the end. I would like to cover mainly 2 points. One is the product's point of view, which is the environment surrounding the product other than the system. The other is continuity of quality. Assuming that the current machine learning system can ensure a certain level of quality, how can it be continued? The first point, product's point of view, means all members in a credit business, including the business division as well as ML team or machine learning team members, check each indicator and measure from a variety of perspectives. When there is only machine learning team, I think it is easy to focus on machine learning metrics only. However, by thinking about the business as a whole, we can discuss such things as what the result will be from a UX perspective and from a profitability perspective, and then check the final output. As we talked in the data section, as for the debate on whether or not to actually use these features, we use so-called privacy office to check whether they are good or bad from the point of providing fair services. After the ML engineering team makes the first decision on whether or not to use the feature, the privacy office will also discuss whether or not it is appropriate to use it in the effort of securing fairness. This slide is the last slide I will explain. Culture as the second point. This is intended to describe continuity of quality. I believe that culture is very important. We try to create a team culture that continuously improves quality rather than saying successful completion of the current project is everything. In other words, I think it is very important to have a team environment where members can easily make suggestions for improvement. The first is to conduct thorough documentation, which may seem conventional. I think the significance of documentation is to trace the basis of past decisions and link them to future measures and improvements. For example, when a new member joins the team, I think it is important for the member to be able to track back to why such decisions were made at the time of implementation from the point of quality continuity. Second is a credit report, and this is also one of the documentation. By describing what kind of credit was being provided at a certain point in time in a chronological table, in addition to the history of changes in the ML model, entire business can share the knowledge of environment where the data was generated at that timing. Final point is about the culture of trust and openness. It is also listed in the Mercari culture doc here. I strongly feel this culture has taken root here. I believe this fosters an environment where we feel it easy to speak up when we feel something is not quite right and make suggestions for improvement within the team or the business, which helps to continuously improve quality. I have been speaking for about 30 minutes, and this is the last one. Summary and a message. The machine learning team believes that the quality of the machine learning system has a direct impact on the customer experience and society. And I think it is an area that gives me a feeling of challenge and tension. We are required to have a great variety of qualities, not just accuracy, but in many ways. This cannot be achieved by teams' organizational skills alone, nor by technical skills alone. We are working to improve quality by mobilizing both organizational and technical strengths while growing ourselves. As the slide says, all for one team is the backbone of quality. The entire business and engineering sides are working to improve the quality of the credit business. I believe that fostering the culture I mentioned at the end is also one of the basic qualities that form the quality of our machine learning model and, by extension, the quality of our credit product services. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, everyone. So this is, I'd like to have a QA time for the quality assurance for the machine learning system that Merpay works on. So I'm a facilitator of this session, Gokujima. I'm called Goki in my company. So I'm also working in the credit modeling team, and I'm a tech lead of the engineering side. I'm working with the same team as a presenter. And so I'd like to answer to the questions from you. We are still accepting the questions, so please post the question either the YouTube Lives or the Twitters. Hashtag of the Twitter is Merpay Tech Fest. Hashtag Merpay Tech Fest. So first, Yoshizawa-san, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's get to the stage question. We received some questions from audiences. So, needs of the market and needs of the customers have to be reflected upon the features value. But how do you combine them with the variables, combine the variables, and how much accuracy did you improve? Thank you very much for the question. So this is the Mercari's behavior data. On the Mercari's platform, people are paying or buying and selling. They're doing the transaction. So that data can be a base to define the feature values. So if you use Mercari platform, you may have an idea which kind of data is being used. So there are different feature value engineering's method, but we also use them to define. The improvement of the accuracy is not easy thing to do. Maybe I'm sorry, I cannot answer to this question, but thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. So let me ask you a question. So it is related to this question. So in selection features, you mentioned that you also consider fairness. So could you be more specific? So what do you do to be fair in the selection of fairness features? What to keep fairness? So as for fairness, this topic is often dealt in the machine learning field as well these days. So we also pay attention to this concept. However, one of the best strategy is not to use sensitive attribute in the feature. So fairness, runner, awareness. And in addition to this, what we are focused on is, for example, there can be some proxy variables that can, there can be some variables that can be proxy variables of the sensitive attribute, and we try to avoid the usage of such features. Let me explain what it means. So they are not sensitive attributes themselves, but in general, these variables can refer to sensitive attributes, or in the end, it ends up referring to sensitive attributes, and we try to avoid such features. So whenever we think of introducing new features, first, our ML engineering team decides primary decisions whether we should use it or not, and also, furthermore, privacy office will make a judgment and evaluate whether this would be all right to use it or not, and the final decision of the usage will be made as a company. That's how it goes.
So it's not only engineers, but then, this is a consideration by the entire company, right? So relating to this question, regarding fairness, have you done any researches, or are you involved in any researches regarding fairness? I'm personally interested in this field, so I am doing some researches that within the machine learning team. Periodically, we conduct the study session, and in those sessions, we talked about equality and fairness. So we share the knowledge among the team members. Actually, this study session talked not only the fairness, but we share the contents of the books and articles that we read, like a fairness of machine learning or the graph theory as well, which was discussed in the earlier session. Those are the topics that we shared. And also Vertex AI, which was introduced in this session, was shared by the team members because some team members tried it. And so he shared that experience. So in this study session, we share the knowledge among the team members. So not only the fairness, but also the different topics can be shared in the study session because I have participated in that again. Thank you. As a Mercari and a Merpay, this is the area where we pay a lot of attention at Mercari and Merpay. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask you a different question. So this is just an example. So if we do not have enough feature data and you have a risk of misclassification, so if you would like to apply machine learning in such case, you mentioned that you would choose more robust methodology. So, what are the robust methodologies? Could you be more specific about that? Well, for example, so this should have a rule-based logic, or this should you should have some multiple machine learning models, and you make distinction depending on the cases. That's what we are doing right now. I think this might be one of the answers. So if we do not have feature values, in this case, then based on a certain condition, we apply rule-based logic to make a decision. And in some of the cases, there are some machine learning models that can be applied. So we make a distinction in the usage so that we can have a nice result from an overall perspective. I think that will be my answer. Thank you. So you do not specific to a single model, but you try to use multiple models as well as try to utilize rule-based models so that we can have a comprehensive value. Okay, thank you very much.
We still have some more time. So last question then. Towards the end of your presentation, you said that you feel tension or the nervous. So can you give some examples? Well, this I'm nervous in this session as well. But machine learning model is implemented in a society in a different cases. The model that we developed is something that can be used by the actual customers, and therefore, I'm very nervous. Like retraining of the models is one thing that I run a lot of checking, and also data analysis and code review, and in those engineering tasks, I always feel nervous and to do the things right. And it's true with the entire company, but each each person has talent, and each one leverages the talent, and we and we can work on the trial of the designing and so on. And so we can also get involved with the business side. And but of course, it's also easy to get a support from our team members. So the questions and questions can be shared among the team members, and so we have a very good sense of nervousness and positive sense of nervousness in the team. Positive sense of nervousness. Maybe in our team we have a psychological safety secured in our team, so it's very easy to work. And so it's about a time, so we do like to close the Q&A session, and we have a survey for the audience. So please feel free to give us feedback. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, next we would like to move on to the next session, Merpay Tech Fest. We will move on to the next panel discussion. The three of us will talk about a small talk on microservices in the credit area. So we will first briefly introduce ourselves. So I am Giga. My background is finance engineering and cloud operator, and then I moved to Merpay. And I have been working in the financial institution, and I was using advanced technologies such as blockchain. And now I am involved in the credit area to build a new type of credit. And this is Mitsu. In Merpay, I am the tech lead of the credit back end. And I started my career as a smartphone engineer. And then I joined Origami in 2019. And thereafter, I was involved in finance. I am Shukei. I am manager of the credit ML team. I have been in web engineering, but then I changed my job to AI consulting, and then I joined Merpay as a data analyst and changed to ML engineer. The translate. So nice to see you. So this is a panel discussion. So we would like to speak about the story behind the scenes. So if you have any points that you are interested in, please tweet on the Twitter hashtag or YouTube comments. So we would like you to comment or ask questions, and we can answer during the discussion. So starting with the theme. So this is, we have three topics. First is looking back on the credit area microservice, and also the difficulty to draw boundaries in microservices. And also, we will also talk about what we learned from our experiences and failures and mistakes. So first of all, we will explain the products we have been building, Merpay Smart Payment and Flat Payment. Merpay Smart Payment and Flat Payment is a credit card-like service. It's a credit service. So I think many of you are familiar with the services, but just in case. So it's a very credit card-like service that allows customers to pay for purchases later when they shop on Merpay or use Merpay in shops. So that is the service. And the credit limit is different. So that was the start. And July 2020, the flat rate or installment payment was started. And then the common QR codes and virtual cards were launched. And in the back end, AI credit. So Merpay is the only provider of AI credit in Japan. So this is using machine learning for credit. And we acquired a license. for that. And we are now in the stage of giving birth to a new type of credit. Using AI, which I just mentioned, in Mercari Merpay, based on information from the past, the customer's behavior will become the input, and AI is used to calculate the probability of non-payment to set the limit. So there are two ways to clear Merpay smart payments. So Merpay smart payments and flat rate. So first is paying in lump sum on the following month, bulk payment, or you can also pay a fixed amount each month. From the customer perspective, it's only the change in how the payment is made, but in the background, the legal category is different. So this is stipulated under different rules. And in case of flat rate payments, it is required by law to refer to the data with an organization that holds nationwide credit and loan information and calculate the credit limit based on that. And Merpay credit area microservice. So how is this constituted? So I would like to touch on that, on the structure. So what is microservice in the first place? And the viewers might already be familiar with this, but just in case, I would like to explain. Microservice is a service suite which can be deployed or released independently and which are separated by business domains, and services talk to each other via the network. And one service might work as a service, or there are other services which work together. And these separated units, so monolith is a system where multiple services are combined together. This type of code, transaction, or ID payment, these are the image of the payment areas of Merpay. This is actually more detailed, but these are the types of units of our payments. This is just to give you an image. And next, why do we adopt microservices? So generally speaking, there are two purposes on using microservices. Number one, to ensure the scalability through the independence of each service. And also, we can increase the speed of development, and parallel development will also be possible. And on top of that, there are multiple microservice units. So each team can have their own jurisdiction on what method they will be using. And the second reason is you can assign the different domains to different teams. If the amount of domains or resolution or the size that one team can handle is limited. So we can separate the domain into smaller areas so each team can be more focused. And in Merpay, in the initial phase of the development, many engineers have been building the finance domain in parallel. However, things got very complicated. So we needed to separate the system. So that's why we adopted microservices. And this is the direction that we are aspiring for. This is the configuration that we are aspiring for, and there are majorly 4 parts here. First is the credit scoring. So this is the credit score, which does the AI scoring, and also the credit line, which calculates the amount. And on the top right, this is the smart payment applications and management.
And on the bottom, regarding the regulation and laws, the information refer to the CIC or the calculation of the credit lines belonging to the microservice. So then I'd like to look back the history of the system, and I hope you can learn something. And in each phase, what kind of issues we have and had, and what kind of learning we had. I'd like to share those with you. As I said earlier, Merpay Smart Payment was launched in the April through May timeframe of the 2019, and then a flat rate payment was made the next year in July. And I'd like to share with you what happened in each time. So release launch of the Merpay Pay Later service or post-payment service. We use the machine learning model to calculate the credit rating, and also we created the flow. It was just a one-time lump sum payment on the next month, and then we built the system to calculate the credit rating. And I'd like to show you what was the system structure. It's pretty simple. It may look, but why did you decide on such structure? I'd like to ask the engineers. Okay, let me explain. There are 2 major characters. They're using a machine learning that we calculate the credit line for the customer, which is a credit score. And also the right area is a deferred payment where offering the pay later service. So credit score created the credit score. And then because of course it has to be periodically calculate the credit line on periodical batch. And on top of that, we add the real-time processes because we want to make a judgment on the ages or the float on the real time. So we have the modification logic on the real-time system as well. So yes, based on the calculated credit rating by the model, so you calculate the real credit line. So it's a simple structure. So you may not have the big issue, but what was the challenge is, yes, we thought it's simple. But once we launch it in the market and then get the reaction from the customers, and then we wanted to add some functionalities, and then so it was a huge periodical batch. It was a rule-based processing, and it's different from the machine learning areas, which is the strength of the machine learning engineers. So it was difficult for the machine learning engineers to keep running. As a backend, once we start the operation, or actually it was a difficulty about the microservices themselves. The validation information for the real time, the information held by the deferred pay need to be acquired from the other services. But those other services may not be able to handle all the number of the requests, and therefore we had to use a different method to get the information. So that was related to the microservices themselves, nature of the microservices. So it was a very first system that you built. So probably, yes, you must have faced the challenges. But then you added the flat rate payment and so forth. So let's talk about the launch of the Merpay Smart Payment, the fixed amount payment. So what happened at that time are two things. So we needed to have the flow that is in compliance of the installment selling regulation, and also that you have to calculate the credit limit considering the loan situation from other companies. So now I'd like to show this system diagram. We have more actors or more areas. So would you briefly introduce what are the important points, Mitsu-san and Shuki-san? Okay, I will comment on this. This time, what was important was the CSC inquiry was mandatory, which was was huge point for backend system. The CSC related parts are shown indicated in the red characters. From the default pay, the CIC inquiry request comes, and then credit info will actually conduct the CIC inquiry. But this request from the default pay and also the request from the periodical batch are different from each other. And also the credit limit calculation was within the periodical batch, but now that we have to also refer to the result from the CSC inquiry. So, therefore we had to refer to the multiple sources. And so the logic have to exist in the multiple places. So we used to have the existing architectures to calculate the credit line, and then we also at the time wanted to reduce the development efforts. So we separated the calculation based on the credit rating and the calculation based on inquiry result from the CSC. So the credit score, the periodical batch existed in a credit score, right? So, but so what was the impression, what was the thinking of the credit score team? Well, the periodical batch was pretty heavy, but now we have to be compliant with the regulation, and we have to create the logic to select the CIC inquiry. So it would be a huge batch. So on the ML side, it was too much effort to operate. So we asked the backend system team to do this. But then for the backend system, the very complicated protocol has to be analyzed for CIC inquiry. So it was a very difficult. Yes, it is relating to another challenge. Would you talk one by one? The one in the center is the periodical batch. Yeah, the explosion of the periodical batch was huge. This periodical batch was a problematic part in the architecture. What happened was that this periodical batch was suspended in the air. So the both ML people and the backend people had to get involved. So it was sort of suspended in the air. So this periodical batch was modified by the machine learning team in the past, but so maintenance has to be continued. But the ML team alone cannot do the maintenance, and the backend teams cannot do the maintenance either. So, like when we need to modify, we assign the people, members from both teams temporarily and did the work, and that situation continued about a year.
The ML domain and CIC inquiry domain. So these are very big. And also, we needed to do the periodical batch, which goes between these two. So each, the cognitive burden of each team was increased through this. And this will be a tentative team doing this. This periodical, back then there was no owner to continue updating or maintaining this periodical batch. So there is a temporary team taking temporary measures. So the situation was quite bleak back then. Shuke-san, did you have something to add? So there was no clear owner defined. So there has been some work which was not performed, and also that led to arguments and quarrels, and that was really covered by individual efforts, but it could not be solved really by the organization. This temporary team for each project is an ad hoc team which will just dissolve after the release. I don't know if they dissolved or not. It seems that they just did the release and then just left. If we had fixed members, we would know the history and how things went. But people change. So it will be difficult to catch up on what happens in the past. And also, if we fixed this way of doing things, it would be too dependent on each individual. The one reason why this did not become too serious is that it was only myself and Shuke-san doing this back then. So everything was completed within our two. It worked. So it would have been more difficult if we had to assign this work to someone outside these two, and this would also incur more cost. So this was supported by two professionals. Thank you for that. From here, so you have gone through lots of struggles to realize the flat rate payment. So I would now like to talk about the future. So what you intend to do going forward? There are two items. First is to organize a team which can be accountable for calculating the credit limit calculation. And next is to organize the complicated logic and workflow. So how did you come up with these topics? Of course, you mentioned that the owner was not clarified, but about complicated logic and workflow. So what exactly was the problem? So if you can go back to the previous chart, this regular batch or periodical batch, we started with trying to establish a team for that. So what was the role of this periodic batch? The one big role was calculating the credit limit. And the owner of this domain was missing. So that's why we try to organize a team who will be responsible for this calculation of the credit limit. And based on that, we found that the existing flow had lots of waste and there are too many communication paths. So that's why we wanted to really streamline that. And about calculating the credit limit, there were 3 types of stakeholders here. So we had to really talk to all of these 3 teams. So that resulted in high cost of modification. And also, there was a different domain which was involved in the CIC reference. So the business domain was not really cleanly centralized. So even if you had microservices, unless they can connect very well, this did not work. I see. So based on this, moving forward, it's shown here. So there will be 4 stakeholders here. So first we have credit line. So this, which will calculate the credit limit, has newly appeared here. And also, they will receive the results of CIC inquiry and use that for the calculation. So I would like to hear about this portion. So what is the philosophy behind this? So this is just as I mentioned before, the calculation of the credit limit will come under one microservice called the credit line. And this calculation, by confining this credit limit calculation into one microservice, that communication path became much more simple. And maybe this diagram is too abstract, but by moving to this configuration, the API request route has become very clean. And another big point is that the credit scored can now focus on credit prediction. And before, so this is very close to our ideal situation. Shuke-san, anything to add? You mentioned everything I wanted to say. So I think this final status is very nice, but I think you have gone through lots of difficulties, and I would like to hear about that. Back in the flat rate, you have faced lots of problems, I heard. And you have done many things to solve these problems. So what kind of challenges did you face, and how did you counter them? So it's exactly as it says in the slide. So once after we acknowledged the problems, about 6 months after we recognized the problem, we could not really get a good timing to talk about the problem. We have Shuke-san and Giga-san here. So I started with talking about such risks and problems with people around me. And at what timing can we talk about these risks of violations of regulations, of reputation risks? So we started with starting to talk about that. And as a consequence, we were able to bring in stakeholders like CTO. And Shuke-san actually put this together at the end, so this went well. So you talked about everything I wanted to say, but we cannot do, engineers cannot do everything. We need to communicate with other people like the business team. And we need to talk the business language, such as reputation risks or legal risks. Yes, we actually talk to many, many teams around the company. So it is very difficult for other people to understand the gravity of the issue. Back then, we were not working as a team. So the project was centered around the PM, but there was no PM.
Because it was a temporary team. So, we asked that assign somebody as a PM, and then Giga-san joined the Merpay. And so now that, it became easier to run such kind of project. Yes, that we thought it was a great timing that the Giga-san joined because he was a very good candidate for project manager. So, yes, for the microservice team, right? Yes, exactly. So, okay, we looked back the history, and so now what was the learnings, and what are the points that you reflect? There are 3 things, right? Okay, let me briefly explain. There are 3 points. The first point. So the boundary between the development domain and the technology domains not enough. We had a pay later release and the fixed amount payment release. So for the pay later domain, it was small. So the development of technology domains alone was enough. But now, and so the ML team focused on the ML and the backend focused on the backend. But, but we need to structure the one domain with the different organization, like including the not only ML and the backend, but also the business. So, and second point is the boundary was shifted because of the end date driven activities, and yes, we increased the requirements with the tentative requirements, and so and of course it wasn't the absolute bad thing, but we had to understand that we would have the technology debt, and so we had to make sure that we will solve them. And also the owner was missing for the domain, so which was bad. Yes, we need to have the system and to monitor periodically, and also we had to get the feedback from the bottom up with the bottom up approach. Feedback on this project. Yes, probably you didn't come up with the final version from the beginning. You did the try and errors, but then you didn't have all to the different teams, but then since the project was dead end driven, so it didn't work. Thank you very much. So what's about this? Is this about a book, some kind of book? A Team Topology is a book which is quite famous. So how to draw the boundary of the systems or the teams are described, and based on multiple viewpoints, the boundary can be drawn. So if you are interested in, please check it out. But I wish that it was published back then, but it wasn't published back then. Yes, I haven't read this yet, but I will make sure that I will read this book. And are we getting any question? Since we don't see any question now, maybe we can proceed. So this is a message. Okay, lastly, do you have any message to the audience? Like how to draw the boundary for the microservices or your outlook for future or what you want to do in future? Okay, about a microservices, different from the class design, you have to involve the people and organization, and there's no single answer, single right answer. So you have to go through the certain trials and errors. But on the other hand, if you already knows the anti-patterns, and then you can avoid the issues to define the structure of the system. So I hope that our information will be useful for you. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, from me, as Shuke-san said, yes, there is no single correct answer. But this was an example of a credit limit. I strongly feel that the microservice sounds like a very engineering topic, but as a company or as an organization, we have to have an attitude to make it work. Of course, the bottom-up approach is important, but also the top-down approach is important, which was very good. So we were able to be heard. We were able to be heard very well. I'm not sure whether this was a good example, but I hope that you can learn something from this presentation. Thank you very much. And I want to briefly make a point to summarize. I myself, in the history of a Merpay smart payment, it was good for me that I was able to learn that there were a lot of event happened in a Merpay smart pay history. But then everybody worked hard in order to launch the system and made the system as much as possible to what they want. And regarding the credit line, there is a credit line for individuals as well as enterprises or companies. So there's no single answer to it either. And there's no single answer in a microservices domain as well. So we have to proceed with the uncertainty. And so I'd like to have the strong ownership and mission so that we will, going forward, complete the development in future when the project happens. Okay, it's just about a time. So I guess there's no question. So yeah, I don't see any question from the audience. So since it's time, so we'd like to conclude this session. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Tanaka and Nakamura from Merpay's data platform team will give a presentation of streaming processing infrastructure with Kafka and Flink SQL on Kubernetes. I'm Katsunori Tanaka, and I work as a software engineer on the Merpay data platform team. I mainly develop and operate data platform used in Merpay and Microservices along with Nakamura, who will be presenting after me. The main technologies I use include Scala, Python, Kafka, and Flink. So I will now begin the session. This session will consist of two main parts. In the first half, I will give a presentation on the CDC infrastructure used by Merpay from the big picture to the detail. Then Nakamura from the same team will talk about the stream data processing infrastructure that processes data in near real time using data collected by the CDC infrastructure. So, first half of the session is about the CDC infrastructure of Merpay. Let me explain CDC. CDC stands for Change Data Capture, which is a mechanism to capture data changes such as create, update, and delete in the database in real time and store them in a data lake or data warehouse. This has the advantage of utilizing data faster than batch processing. Specific methods include log-based, trigger-based, audit, columns, etc. The available methods vary depending on the target database. Where is CDC needed in Mercari and Merpay? For example, this is used for analysis that require near real-time fresh data, such as anti-money laundering measures. This use case will be discussed in detail later. The CDC can also be used when a history of data is needed. For example, the database only contains the latest information on the user's status, but we want to track what transitions the user has gone through up to that point. Not to change the topic, let me show you an overview diagram of the CDC infrastructure that is developed and operated by the data platform team. On the far left are the microservices and their database that make up the actual services. From there, their data is retrieved by a cluster of Kafka Connect built within a Kubernetes cluster and Debezium, the OSS of CDC. We also use Flink and Kafka Connect to get data from Kafka, process it, and send it to BigQuery, and GCS for analysis to Cloud, Pub, Sub, and other database for use in services and to third-party services. To summarize, it is an orthodox configuration with Kafka as the hub. The sound is not available. The Kafka Connect is a framework for handling data input and output between Kafka and external systems, allowing you to retrieve data from various data sources in the form of connector and send them to Kafka and vice versa. Merpay mainly uses JDBC connector to get data from Spanner and BigQuery connector to output data to BigQuery. Debezium is an OSS for log-based CDC and works as a connector for Kafka Connect. Merpay uses it to retrieve data from MySQL and PostgreSQL. Please refer to our recent article on Debezium and Kafka Connect on our engineering blog. Next, about Kafka cluster. Merpay uses a Kafka cluster built in a Confluent Cloud. Confluent Cloud is a Kafka-managed service that allows you to build and use a Kafka cluster in a few clicks. Because it is a managed service, it retrieves you from various tasks compared to on-premise or building by yourself. In addition to Kafka itself, peripheral services like Kafka Connect and schema registries are also provided as managed services. Confluent Cloud is convenient, as you see, but furthermore, in-house tools are developed and used for automation on Merpay data platform. The CDC infrastructure sends data from different microservices to the same Kafka cluster, so access control for each microservice is required. In order to scale the administration tasks according to the number of microservices, it is better if the management of not only the Kafka cluster but also the topics and consumer groups in it can save effort as much as possible by eliminating human intervention. We develop and use tools for this purpose. During the development of this tool, the development of a Terraform provider for operating the Confluent platform from Terraform was started, and version 1.0 was released. We are considering whether we can switch to this tool for our current prototype. Next is about Kafka Connect and DBZeum. Kafka Connect and DBZeum are running on GKE Kubernetes. The Kafka Connect cluster is deployed using Kubernetes deployment. Clusters are separated for each database, and each connector is deployed as a Kubernetes job. In order to save human resources and labor, we use Customize to group common settings in one place and write only the small data to make it easy to build a new CDC. For monitoring, we use an orthodox way, sending JMX metrics to Datadog and monitoring on Datadog. We have also created and used a tool for connectors alive monitoring. Let me also briefly explain about security. Credentials to access Kafka and DB are stored and used in GCP's secret manager. From GKE, we use workload identity to associate GCP service account to Kubernetes service account, eliminating the need for GCP credentials to access secret manager. In addition, data retrieved from the database is encrypted before being sent to Kafka. Specifically, it is realized using the transformation function of Kafka Connect. This is available as OSS, so please refer to it. Let me summarize the first half of the report. In the first half, we described the Kafka-centric CDC infrastructure built on the Merpay data platform. We built a managed Kafka on Confluent Cloud and used Kafka Connect and DBZeum to get data from DB and send it to Kafka. Kafka Connect and DBZeum run on Kubernetes, and we develop and use our own tools to save labor and depersonalize operations. Here, I will now hand over to Mr. Nakamura for the second half. I'm Nakamura and a member of Merpay Data Platform team. I'm an engineer at Merpay using Python and Scala for nice data processing. The second half of the presentation, titled Stream Processing Infrastructure with Flink SQL on Kubernetes, will introduce how Merpay is building a stream processing infrastructure using AML's CDC data-based pipeline as an example. First, let's look at AML's data pipeline. Merpay 2 has a and VPC engineering with the GK cluster, so that we can send data without going out to the public internet. Data sent to Kafka is formatted and enriched using SQL in the Flink application on GKE and sent to PubSub. Enriched data is obtained from Cloud SQL. Data sent to PubSub is further sent to Splunk from the Flink application on GKE. Splunk uses HTTP event collector. Flink does not have a Splunk connector implementation, so we implement our own connector. Although the data is consolidated in PubSub once, it is configured in this way for the ease of throughput adjustment and because the data is delivered to BigQuery in addition to Splunk, making it easy to distribute the data to multiple destinations.
Flink does not have a BigQuery connector implementation, so we have implemented our own connector that we can write in real time. I will now describe how the Flink application is built on Kubernetes. There are several ways to run Flink on Kubernetes, but Merpay uses application mode for the standalone cluster. As a command to start the job manager, we use the entry point shell included in the official image. These commands are used to run the application in the form of starting the application on the job manager. Customize is used to manage the YAML for the job manager and task manager and to manage differences in the dev prod environment configuration. Deployment is done using Spinnaker and Datadog is used for monitoring. Datadog uses HTTP reporter to send metrics per application. Datadog logs are also used for logging. Next, let's look at Flink SQL. The diagram here is from the official Flink documentation and is very clearly presented. Flink SQL uses create table to convert stream data into what is called a dynamic table and then executes SQL against that dynamic table. In create table, the connection information and data format are described with. The result of the query is converted again into stream data by inserting it into the dynamic table. This is an example of actual processing of Kafka data with Flink SQL. Define the table from which data is retrieved from Kafka, the source table. That is the create statement on the left-hand side. The AML pipeline sends data to PubSub, so we define the destination table for the data, the sync table. That is the table on the right. The middle select insert statement processes the data by inserting from the source table into the sync table. Within the select statement, you can change the form of the data, call UDFs, and do joins to other tables. The AML pipeline uses PubSub as the sync table. Flink has a PubSub connector implementation, but it does not support SQL. As the issue was raised in Flink 23501, there's an implementation that can be used with SQL. We have a similar implementation on our own, which can also be used in SQL. Just by specifying connector equals PubSub in the create statement. As with Kafka, you create a source or sync destination table and use it in the form of a select insert. The timing of the ACK return to the PubSub is the timing of the checkpoint, allowing you to deliver data completely on a checkpoint by checkpoint basis. Next, let's look at the data format. Avro is used as the data for Kafka. We use Confluence Managed Schema Registry as our schema registry. It is easy to use by simply specifying Avro Confluent in the key value format in the create statement. We use JSON for protobuf as the PubSub data. An issue was raised in Flink 18202, and we use this implementation. It will probably be officially supported from the next version 1.16 and can be easily used by specifying protobuf as format in the create statement and writing the class name. Next, let's look at join with DB data. In the case of CDC data, there are many cases where the data is normalized and is necessary to join to compensate for missing information. In Flink SQL, you can easily look up join stream data with DB data in a join clause. The table on the left for Kafka stream data. Add a field called proctime to the stream data. The table on the right is the DB data table, which references a PostgreSQL table via a JDBC connector. The join clause in the select statement specifies the join destination table, in this case the user table, and the full system time of is the proctime field added to the stream data. The actual query executed in the DB is thus a select statement specifying the ID in the where clause, and the data can be joined. There are several patterns to join methods other than the lookup join introduced here. There is a repository in GitHub called Flink SQL Cookbook Repository. So please refer to this. It introduces about 6 join patterns. Next, let's look at UDFs. UDFs are mainly used for date formatters and for implementing their own functions that can look up DB data in the same way as joins. Dates are often formatted differently depending on the source, and SQL tends to become complex if you try to deal with them using built-in functions, so we have defined functions that allow easy formatting. Functions that look up DB data are functions that simply throw a query to the DB and retrieve the results, and are used when you want to retrieve data that is tied to one-to-many as an array, perform aggregation processing that is easily complicated in SQL, or when there are many tables to join. This UDF allows tests to be written using H2 database, making it easy to test queries that are actually executed on the DB. Next, let's talk about HA mode. Flink can be configured for HA without using zookeepers on Kubernetes. It can be easily set up by adding about 3 settings to the Flink configuration file. Merpay uses GCS to manage data for recovery. HA configuration information is automatically managed in config map. About 4 such config maps, each named after a leader, are automatically created and managed. The HA configuration makes it possible to start several job managers with a single point of failure. If a job manager goes down, the standby job manager becomes the leader and automatically recovers jobs from the latest checkpoint. For Kubernetes, if it's an app where state is not critical and some downtime is acceptable, if the pod goes down, Kubernetes will automatically bring it back up again, so you can leave the management to Kubernetes. Next, let's talk about autoscaling. A feature called reactive mode has been added since Flink 1.13 and can easily be used by setting scheduler mode to reactive in the Flink configuration mode. Reactive mode is only supported in application mode for standalone clusters. In this mode, the number of jobs running in parallel is automatically matched to the number of task managers when the number of task managers is changed. This feature can be used for autoscaling in combination with HPA in the case of Kubernetes. Datadog metrics can be used as external metrics for HAP. External metrics can be used to scale out Kafka and PubSub based on the number of outstanding messages and latency. Kafka lag times can be estimated using the Kafka lag exporter, which is available on the OSS. Merpay has started using Datadog's external metrics to introduce autoscaling in applications where there is a difference in traffic during peak and off-peak hours. So finally, this is a summary. Merpay is using Flink on Kubernetes to build a stream processing infrastructure. we are able to easily perform formatting and data enrichment on streaming data using SQL. Since we are running on Kubernetes, we can share CI, CD, monitoring, and auto-scaling mechanism with other applications, namely Go. Since HA configuration is easy on Kubernetes, we are building an environment where data can be delivered more securely in combination with checkpointing and safe pointing mechanisms. So that was all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your watching. So, stream processing infrastructure with Kafka and Flink SQL on Kubernetes, and we'd like to answer questions. And MC for Q&A session will be by Tanaka and myself. At the data platform team, I am in charge of the pipeline development. So during this timing, I'd like to answer the questions from the audience. We are still accepting your questions, so please post it on YouTube Live or Twitter. The hashtag for the Twitter is Merpay Tech Fest. So when you post on Twitter, please use this hashtag. So we'd like to start Q&A session. First, thank you very much for your presentation, Tanaka-san, Mr. Tanaka. So let me ask you a question from me. So the first question. So the table scheme was changed in CDC. Did you have that type of case? So Division as well as Flink are related when there was a change. So, but Division had to do not have to be rebooted. So internally, the schema will be renewed. And on the side of the consumer, well, Division is not required, but GDC connector is if it is used on Kafka connector, the schema, database scheme is changed. That means query needs to be reconfigured or renewed. Okay, understand.
So the second question. So you have Kafka, but why do you use PubSub partially? In Merpay, there are many microservices. And to link with microservices, there are many teams who are more familiar with PubSub. So that is the first reason. And then, so when using Kafka from programs, so it is the best to use the official Kafka Java libraries, but many of the microservices are mainly made with Go. So we are not really familiar with the quality of the Go's Kafka library. So that's why we have not yet been able to fully implement Kafka in our company. And having said that, in the latter part of the presentation, we talked about AML pipeline. So the PubSub aggregated to send to Splunk. So we are actually sending data directly from Go applications.
Thank you very much. Let me move on to the next question. About their data, as long as it is in BigQuery, that will be okay. So the order change, small order change does not incur any damage. So in this case, we just use PubSub because of that, because there are no vertical issues, big issues.
The next question. So what was the most impressive type of incident which happened during the operation? So there has been an incident which occurred related to Debezium. From Debezium, so when extracting the RDB data from Debezium, the RDB schemas default value was non-null, and there was a nullable column. In RDB, there was a value called null, but we want this to be sent as null to Kafka, but this was changed to default value when sent to Kafka. And the countermeasures. So this data happened to be not very important or needed data. So we ignored that column. But I think there was a fix in the screen history or something, but I'm not sure. Thank you. So it's very recent.
So anyway, you need to check it. You need to check data. It's better to check data, I think. Okay, thank you very much. Next question. How much do you handle? How much data do you handle? Well, per sec, around 3 to 5 megabyte. And in the case of the topics of Kafka, currently we handle 500 topics. So we design to use one topic per table. So on CDC, 500 topics will be captured as CDC in CDC. So let me ask you a question.
About this is related to the amount of data. So what is the latency of the pipeline? The AML pipeline is about a few seconds to a few dozens of seconds. So if it's 1 minute, their alert will come. So why are you using Flink, not Dataflow? So we were using streaming mode of Dataflow quite a lot in the past, but pipeline update or when ending, we were doing, we could not do the drain processing. So there was times where we lost the data. So losing the data, we wanted to avoid. So we started using Flink as a different streaming platform, and the operation went well. So that's why we are continuing to use Flink. And in Dataflow, in streaming mode, data can be easily lost. So that's why we replaced everything with Flink. And the cost has been lowered to about 1/3. The operation is not that difficult. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions from the audience? Well, should I wait for a while? A bit? It seems there are no questions anymore, so I think we should conclude this session. So there is a survey. So if you have any comments, please fill in the questionnaire. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay. The title of my presentation is Design and Lead the Scalability of Tech Community for All. I'm Ueda from Merpay Expert Team. My account is 1010. I'm usually in charge of community management related to Go or conferences and a Google developer expert in Go. This is the agenda for today's presentation. I'm going to talk about the following 3 things. First, I'd like to talk about the expert team and the technical community. The expert team is expected to spend more than 50% of their time to contribute to the technical community. From there, we work on new technologies in our company and give back to the community. We also promote technology internally and externally, writing, speaking, and interviewing. I also help internal members write articles and books and support them in speaking engagements. The diagram looks like this. We are giving back to the community the expertise we acquired in Merpay through speaking engagements and community activities and OSS, and getting feedback from the community, which we then give back to our company. We also gave a presentation at last year's Merpay Tech Fest titled Interaction with the Technology and the Community. If you are interested in, please check it out with our tech blog. We are an expert team of Merpay, and we have been working under the concept of technology gathers, where technology generates output. We have been working with this concept for a while, but recently we are trying to change it to something more appropriate for our current activities. And we thought of the naming it the Design and Lead the Scalability of Tech Community for All with team members. This is our idea to scale the technical community and create a technical community for all kinds of people. This is never just about us. It's about the individuals who are managing the technical community, the individuals who are participating in it, and the companies and schools that are supporting it. Together, we create tech community. As for my personal activities, I have been running a technical community about Go based on Humanity Go-Organizing project, Humanity Go-Organization projects. For example, we are hoping that people will plot their Go skills and other computer-related skills, and eventually they will be able to present at Go conferences or the overseas conferences. So we've created various communities to increase the number of engineers in various fields. If you are interested in, here is the link about Humanity Go-Organization project at the bottom. So please check it out. As for how to get involved with Go community, I have been involved in the establishment of and management of a Go for Japan, which is a general incorporated association, and managing the Go for Gym and set up Go conference, and as well as lecturing at universities, new grads training and planning and execution of the new grads internships. So I've been doing a lot of activities related to Go inside and outside of company. So next, I would like to talk about the management of the tech conference. So I use the example of Go conference, which I'm involved in the management of it. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this conference. We do it once or twice a year. This is the oldest conference relating to Go in the world. I said it is the oldest because the Go conference was started before GopherCon. Well, the GopherCon in the US has more participants, but historically speaking, the Go conference was the first of its kind in the world. And the conference held in Japan has changed its format to online conference now, and over 1,000 people pre-registered. But, well, the number of participants is over 1,000, but the operation itself is run by a very small number of people. So now I'd like to look back the Go conference in the past. The first Go conference was held in April 2013. Actually, there was a predecessor event in 2012, but the official one started in April 2013. For the first conference, I participated as a speaker, not as an organizer, but I have been involved as an organizer since the second time. The first time, there were 129 participants and it was held offline. At the time, Go was not that well known, so we had a hands-on session for beginners in the morning and sessions in the afternoon. Back then, we held it twice a year. And in the fall of 2014, the Mr. Rob Pike, who is one of the designers of the Go, came to Japan, and also Mr. Wukai from Google joined us. Both of them gave keynote speeches. So it was a very well attended event. After that, we often had speakers from the Google the Google Go team until we moved to the online format. Well, in the recent Go Conference 2022 Spring Online, we had 35 sponsor companies, 28 speakers, and over 1,100 pre-registered participants. It is getting big now. At the early Go conferences, people who did not know Go or didn't use the Go in their work were the main participants. Therefore, we had a hands-on workshop to get people familiarized with Go. And I believe many of the sessions were also about what Go is all about. At the Go conference a while ago, there were more and more people using Go for personal and business uses. I think it was just a while after I joined the Mercari. And well, hands-on became a separate session, and hands-on was held in parallel with speaking sessions. Since the number of companies that use Go increased, we started to have more sessions about how companies are using Go, how they are using the framework, how they are making it, and so on. And the number of companies that support Go is increasing. We have been holding these sessions in various places in Japan, basically in Tokyo, but now they are also being held in Fukuoka and Sendai. Recently, the Go conferences have less and less case studies and how it works session and more functionality, deep dive sessions, or the sessions about new functionalities such as generics introduced in a Go 1.118. And because of the pandemic, we changed the format to online. So participants are coming from all over Japan. Also, it is now managed by Go for Japan, which is a general incorporated association. Not only participants but also community members from all over Japan are now involved in the management. So the conference started in 2013 and gradually the number of people involved has increased and the scale of the conference has become larger and larger. I think the biggest turning point of the conference was the pandemic. Under the pandemic, it has become very difficult to organize technology conferences. And one thing is that it has become very difficult to hold offline meetings or offline conferences. It was very difficult to predict whether it would be possible to hold offline conferences in the next month or 2 months later or the 6 months later. And also renting a venue is expensive, so the risk was very high. But on the bright side, we can participate from anywhere. You can participate from anywhere in Japan, or you can do it while you are at work or between housekeepings or while raising children or after school. These are nice things about online conference. But I think the significance of participating in the real time has decreased as you all feel. Well, there's no reception and the archives are on YouTube and we follow the lecture style session. So it's not so interactive. So you don't find the need to participate in real time so much because you can watch it later. Let me summarize the advantages and disadvantages of online conferences. The advantage is that you can access the content anytime, anywhere. You can participate in the operation no matter where you live. Well, I don't live in Tokyo, live in Hokkaido, but yes, I can participate in the management of the conference, which is led by Tokyo members. And you don't have to go to the venue. For people who cannot be away from home for a whole day for personal reasons, or the people who live far away from the venue will not be restricted by physical constraints. So I think this is also unique to online conferences, that you can watch the contents with double speed, or you can randomly access the part you want to see. Also, you can watch the many conferences for free, and the cost is very low. These are the advantages of online conferences. Disadvantages are that it is not interactive. And this is very true for the speakers. Well, while you are on stage, you feel lonely because I'm lonely too. There's no one to talk to me or no one to look at me. And my eyes may be off the camera. And I feel lonely. Well, I'm sure that now you are treating me that it's not true. But this is a very difficult part of online conferences. I feel alone. And now that the audience can listen to the conference while doing something else, I think the sense of immersiveness has been lost, or rather decreasing. And also a contingent event. Yes, for example, I wasn't planning to listen to a session, but it was the next session after the one I wanted to listen to. So I thought, okay, well, I'm going to try too. And then when you did that, the session, suits you more than you expected. When I attended online overseas conferences, and I thought I could not imagine what the session was about by just reading the title. But when I listened to it, it was really interesting. So therefore, you will not have such an accidental luck with the online conferences. You watch what you want to watch on demand. So unless you know what you want, you will miss it. Also, that is not very good. And also, it is also difficult to create atmosphere. I think it is difficult to create a sense of togetherness between the participants and the speakers. And when you see other participants laughing, you wonder if there's something interesting going on, and you try the session, right? But you cannot do that in an online event. And it's hard to communicate in a whisper and talk about what's going on around you either. So these are the things that are difficult about online. Also, I think everyone feels this way, but unless you are very close with each other, it is very difficult to talk to someone online. Is it possible to hear what people are talking about and then join in the conversation, right? But you cannot do that with online. I think it is very difficult. So it's like all or nothing. You participate or you don't participate. Either one. So it's difficult to do something like just listening. Therefore, it is difficult to expand the community. Still, I'd like to introduce some of the things that are important for running online Go conferences. We made the conference as enjoyable as possible for the participants, so we used the various tools. So let me share the story about that. First of all, we had to improve the delivering environment. Basically, we use YouTube Live, but we use a tool called StreamYard, which doesn't require special equipment for delivery. And we also use an online conference tool called Remo to ensure interactivity. We also planned to use social media and ask the speaker session.
Distribution using StreamYard. StreamYard is a service that makes it very easy to do live distribution, which is exactly what I am doing right now. I think various companies are using it for online conferences since it is possible to broadcast to YouTube Live and so on. Books are also available like this in ebook format. So again, if you're not familiar with StreamYard, it would be a good idea to start with something like this. It can be used like Google Meet, Zoom, and other video conferencing tools. So you don't have to prepare a special equipment costing tens of thousands of yen, and anyone with a computer and internet connection can distribute the video. StreamYard can reduce human-dependent work, which is an important part of running a community. It is not very specialized in customer services, so you cannot do many things. But on the other hand, the fact that anyone can easily deliver a reasonable quality of distribution is a very good point about this. With a little ingenuity, various things can be done, such as putting up banners, but even first-time distributors can distribute without any difficulty. And I think this can reduce the load on the speakers as well as on the management. For example, you can record and distribute the video so it can be pre-recorded and delivered. I think this is a good point as it lowers the load on the speakers like those who live far away overseas or who cannot record during the daytime due to family reasons. At the last Go Conference 2022 spring, we did not do a live YouTube feed in a visible way. Actually, we were using YouTube Live, but the most of the part visible to the participants was done by what's called Remo. Remo is an online conference service. There are seats where you can sit and talk with people at the same table, or in presentation mode where you can listen to the entire presentation, or as I used this time, play YouTube, so it has such features. You can also customize your own venue. If we create a venue like the one shown on the right, and then play YouTube Live in this section, we can have a form of public viewing. So at the Go conference, we use this Remo as a place to interact with each other. This can be used for corporate booths, workshops, public viewing, as I mentioned earlier, and receptions and after parties. We did so in order to provide an experience as close to the offline venue as possible. However, content creation is very difficult. Even if you prepare a place like this and use tools like this, as I mentioned earlier, you cannot call out people to let them just stop by and look around. Know how to create contents that attract people to come to our booth was difficult to get. Also, I said in StreamYard's point of view, building this venue is also quite difficult. We used SVG files to create the venue, but there were not many people who could use image editing software, specifically Adobe Illustrator, among the management team members, because they are mainly software engineers. Public viewing was done like this. It is a distribution from StreamYard, reducing the burden on the distributors and speakers. Contents are distributed from StreamYard to YouTube, and the reason why we have YouTube Live in between is that by playing it here, contents will be archived on YouTube video. And keep displays limited access and embed the YouTube link in the Remo. This one has a feature called Hidari no Kanban or left sign, this picture. By inserting images into this feature, when you enter this room or venue, conference will be automatically played. This way, people who stopped into a session can feel as if they are in the very same room where the session is being held. Also, they can watch the conference while chatting with people at the same table, which I think is fine. So I use this kind of feature. Remo also has the ability to stream live to YouTube, but we use StreamYard in between to reduce the burden on the distributor and the speaker. Next, to create an atmosphere of excitement about the conference on a social network, we tried a program called Bingo. This is a quiz arranged in the form of a bingo game in which correct answers to a quiz will align rows and columns. This was based on a quiz I did when I attended a conference overseas. Basically similar, but it had more interactive elements where the participants can chat and ask about their attributes and what they know about. And it was an overseas conference, but if someone knows the Konami command, corresponding square was opened and so on. Inspired by this, we created a bingo game in which a quiz about Go is given and the correct answer opens a square. The questions were given by the management and sponsors, and answers could be found by going to the corporate booth, which would lead to visitors to the booth. When people answer the questions, a button for sharing on social networking services appears, as shown in the Twitter screen on the right, to generate interest in what they are doing. Ask the speaker. Ask the speaker is a measure that is often used at offline conferences. It is a way to ask a question to the speakers. We have made it a public viewing event at Remo. To make it easier for people to ask questions, the event was conducted in the form of a panel discussion between the MC and several speakers. This was intended to make it easier to elicit more and more questions by having a panel discussion between the MC and the panelists while no questions are asked. We used Slido to allow people to ask questions anonymously, and we tried many things before this 2022 conference, and I think we got more questions than we did before. Workshops. The workshops have been ongoing since the early days of the program and are designed to be accessible to beginners. This year, we adopted a code lab format so that people could work at their own pace. Since Women Who Go Tokyo members are in charge of mentoring, they can ask questions to mentors anytime. I've talked about various conference initiatives, but what is very difficult about running a conference is depersonalization. We're using various tools at the Go conference, but continuous use of advanced tools is difficult because of their dependency on people. I think the main difference between this and a corporate conference is that it cannot always be run by the same members. Basically, since we are volunteer-based, the volume of work and personal busyness varies from time to time and from individuals to individuals. Also, it is very difficult to accumulate know-how at the same time running conference, since we are fully occupied in running it. From here, I would like to talk a bit about the scale of the technical community. The scale of the technical community comes from the increasing number and complexity of the tasks in running it. In an online conference, the things has become much more complex by doing various tasks I mentioned earlier. In the early days, conferences were done by those who like to gather, but they gradually became a place for companies to recruit and for individuals to study or for people to look for their next jobs. And so on. So there are many purposes mixed for various types of people and entities. A community that continues to exist will eventually become difficult to manage if only one person is motivated to continue. So we need to reduce the burden on one person and eliminate dependency on specific people. For efficient management. Since various communities exist in different parts of Japan and each of them has accumulated various kinds of know-how, by sharing such know-how and tools, we can avoid doing unnecessary things and close contract about tools in one place. Thus, we can share know-how and tools, I believe. So I am thinking of something called the scale-up of the technical community. One way to do this is to set up a governing body. Go community will set up a general incorporated association called Gophers Japan. This will ensure proper flow of the fund, and we can say that we have paid tax properly. Another point is increasing the number of operating members. At Go Conference, there were times when we had only 2 people. Even recently, the number is still ranged from 10 to 15. We operate with a very small number of people, but we have community members participating from all over Japan. This will be a very good way to expand the program as it allows us to incorporate aspects that members in Tokyo cannot understand, such as the advantage for the local community. There is another point which we have not done yet. As I said earlier, we need to organize our know-how, document it, and hold study sessions to provide opportunities for learning. As for the establishment of a governing or running body, I already talked about Go First Japan. The goal is to boost the Go community in Japan. Simply, but this is our mission. I think there are many reasons why we need to incorporate for tax purposes and various contracts. Having a legal entity improves credibility and makes it easier to sign sponsorship contracts. Another advantage of incorporation is we will be able to do more spending our money appropriately. A technical community for everyone. We want to expand because we'd like to create a community where various people can participate. For this, every participant, individuals, communities, and organizations must have a good relationship with each other. It is important to have people to learn from, places to learn from, and jobs to do. A diverse community based on where they live, their attributes, and technical levels, where a variety of people can participate rather than one large unified community. I think this diversity is the way the community should go. I don't think one large community with many different people is an easy place for everyone to participate. Community that has what it should have. Community is not just about technical knowledge or their desire to improve, but also a place to be, a place where people enjoy participating and say, well, I'm coming back next month, or a technical community where there are various things to gain, such as getting jobs. Companies and the technical community. I think one of the ways for a technical community to go is working together to make the community more active. Providing technical expertise is important support, and providing insight gives the happiest moment for technical community members. The company and the technical community are equal. It's a great thing for the technical community to provide job opportunities as well as knowledge, because this will also increase knowledge for the technical community. I don't think it's absolutely right to say that only technical discussion should take place in the community. It is also good if people can find jobs there. But what you have to understand is that the technical community is almost always run on a volunteer basis. The motivation of the management members and participants is definitely the driving force of the technical community. Therefore, if a company unilaterally demands speed and quality like business, it will be demotivate community members. So I think we need to draw a line. So as a sponsor company, I think it would be better to take the form of support rather than placing an order. How to get involved as an expert team? Support on technical community management. So that means by putting more hours into this area, running community will be easier. I think many companies would like to support the technical community, but it is difficult to allocate man-hours to this support. Merpay supports the technical community by allocating man-hours there to make the operation smooth. Providing technical knowledge. We hope to provide a variety of knowledge to the technical community through study groups, speaking at conferences, and writing. Naturally, it is not just me and the other members of the expert team, but I hope that by supporting other Merpay employees in speaking and writing, a variety of insights will be gained. We will also continue providing opportunities to learn through events such as Gopher Dojo and Step Up Go, which is an event for new graduates. We would also like to provide opportunities for people to learn while working in the form of internships. We would also like to support conferences in the future as a sponsor. Aspiration to do in the future. This is mainly what I personally would like to do, not as an expert team or as Go conference, but these are the things that I personally would like to work on. The first is to organize domestic Go case studies. There is a Go.dev case study, and I am thinking of a Japanese version of that. I also would like to create an environment that facilitates learning according to skill levels, such as for beginners or intermediate students who want to advance their skills or levels. And this is purely because I have a relative who is visually impaired and many opportunities to think about it. I was wondering what kind of workshops are accessible to people with disabilities. I need to start by learning what I don't know, such as if my document is read out by a screen reader, probably many of the parts would be hard to understand. So if you have an interest in such area, please help us. So, in a summary, the mission of the new expert team is to think and act for a technical community for everyone. Interactivity, fun, complex technical community, meaningful community for organizations and individuals to participate, scale of technical community. So it's too much work to run with a small group of people. So if you would like to help us, I'd like to hear from you. I'll do my best to build an operational foundation and manage an ongoing technical community. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So now the Q&A time for the presentation on the conference, Gopher conference. So I'm Anozawa. I'm a facilitator. So I'd like to answer to the questions that we received from the audience. And please post your questions on YouTube Live or the Twitter chat. The hashtag Merpay Tech Fest is the Twitter hashtag. So Tenten-san, thank you very much for your presentation. It was a recording session. So now you have a different background. Yes, and a different clothes. So, yeah, this is the unique about online conference. Like the atmosphere is different when you switch to the like a real-time session. So when I look at the Twitters, like yeah, there are some advantages and disadvantages about online conference, but I read the tweets about it's not so interesting to be a speaker with the online event. Yeah, of course, you experienced both speaker and organizers, but for the speakers to get involved with joy in online conference, what kind of thing do you think you can do as an organizer? Yes, interactiveness is something that different or difficult with the online. But then you send a message, you tell the audience first that yes, please tweet on the readers, or yeah, maybe let's practice making a voice or something like that. Of course, I mean, if I am an organizer, then like I will make the anonymous question possible or something. But as a speaker, what you can do is limited to facilitate the interactiveness. So the scaling of the technical community was mentioned in the beginning of your presentation. Of course, what you can do with the big communities will be maybe more than the smaller community, but I don't think that's just the being big isn't just good. I mean, there must be some advantages of maintaining the smaller size of communities. But then you have grown the conference to our community to the certain scale. So, did you find? Do you have any findings? Well, if the community is larger, then the speaker can make a bigger impact. So then it's worthwhile doing. But if it's a small community, it is easier for the speaker to be the presenter, and then you can get the feedback more casually. Like, for example, when we hold the study session in a local area, then you can directly talk to the engineers working in those areas. And also, if you talk to the students, living in that area, the students can get the sense what kind of a company that they're going to work on. Yes, maybe with the smaller event, you can create more close community, right?
So when you run an online environment, run online conference, you came up with a lot of ideas. So you have not resolved such cases, but some initiatives or some actions you would like to take on newly, although you have not tried or solved yet? Any ideas in mind? Well, actually, I'm trying gradually in such golf conference. So, especially startup companies, for them, they are still in the early stage to become sponsors. So we would like to emphasize the significance of such companies. So when they make a presentation, maybe some of them cannot spend time on giving presentations. So there are many some companies who are not able to emphasize the significance, we would like to give them some opportunities so that they can appeal their what they are doing. And also those who have not participated. Well, for example, as I talked about some with disabilities, I think it's also good to reach such type of people. Okay, thank you very much. I was also working in a startup company before, and a larger conference is sometimes hard for me to start attending on it. And I received one question on Twitter.
So the Go conference is run by about 10 people, but ideally, how many people do you want to have to get involved in the organization or management? I don't know the idea, but if the number of the people increased, then there would be more management work required to manage those people, like telling them the know-how and expertise. So if the number of the people is too large, then also the decision making will be difficult as well. So Hiraga-san, who is in the expert team, runs the large-scale conference, which is something significant. But maybe when we have 20 or 30 members to run the conference, we're not quite sure yet whether I can handle the management of those people. So as a Go conference, you are gradually increasing the number of people who get involved, right? And the Droid meeting that is run by Hidaka-san, it has different processes already running in that. Thank you very much. So since it is about a time, so now I'd like to close the Q&A session. And also, the survey for the audience will be available. So, but anyway, thank you very much for the audience for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, Merpay Tech Fest 2020. We have completed the entire session for day one. Thank you very much for watching. And I am Kimura again from Merpay BPOF Engineering. So first of all, please fill in the questionnaire or survey. The link is on the YouTube description summary section. And also, Merpay is now looking for software engineers. So if any of you are interested after listening to today's session, please contact the speakers directly, or please check out the recruitment section of Merpay's webpage. And also, please register the program and give us high rating, and that would really raise our motivation. And tomorrow, so we have now finished the first day, and day two will start tomorrow at 1 p.m. So I hope you will come back. So thank you very much for watching, and see you tomorrow.
英語です。英語です。OK。